Within the practice.
Good. You ready, Terry? Thank you. Before we start, I want to thank you all for being here tonight, and I hope it's beneficial to you and that you leave here knowing more than when you arrived. What the school board is considering tonight is whether or not to provide health care to students, staff through a school-based health center, and if it's feasible for us to even consider doing that. This is designed to provide care to those who are without care. Is this a good idea for our district? We have families that cannot leave work to take care of their child immediately. There is a need for physicals for our athletes. Those appointments are very difficult to schedule. We have staff members who do not have a relationship with a primary care physician, and this would really assist them as well. We're considering whether we're able to do this through a school-based health center. No decisions have been made. The board is listening to you tonight and also listening to the concept through the presentation from the community-based committee. I assure you, no decisions have been made. For many board members, this is the first moments that they've seen it, because we were not even, some of us, able to attend the public forum. So I hope that you will bear with us while we work through all this information, and glad you're here. Welcome. Beginning with our agenda, we'll call to order board members.
Joanne O'Brien,
Molly Rogers,
Linda Caputo,
Sage Kelly,
Alyssa Tracy.
Becky Fless.
Tony V.
Megan Carlson,
Kira Blodgett,
Sean Pogue.
Barry Lee.
Michelle Tucker,
Jeff Hanley.
Administrative staff.
Pat Hopkins, Superintendent, Lauren Arnold, Building Principal, Gardner High School, Angela Hardy, Director of Curriculum, Sarah Bolduc, Director of Special Services,
Carrie McGuire, Director of Technology.
Okay, it was like the sound of music. So long farewell. Thank you all. Okey doke. Administrative staff and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okey-dokey. Okey-doke. Let's see, we're gonna enter into our public comment portion, and I'm gonna read something that's much longer than what I said earlier. We're about to convene into public comment. State law requires a public comment item on agendas of a full meeting of the school board. We also believe it's crucial to hear from our community members about their concerns and issues, and are so pleased to have this as an agenda item. Having said that, please note that the board is here to listen. The public comment period is not designed to be a discussion. Accordingly, please do not expect the board to respond to your concerns and questions tonight. This is because we take your concerns and questions seriously and want to have sufficient time to process and research issues if need be. We will, if appropriate, respond to your questions and concerns at a future meeting, or have the proper staff member get back to you at the appropriate time. I also want to point out that under state law and federal privacy laws, we are unable to entertain any comments or questions about school personnel, particular student matters, any rumors presented as facts that compromise the privacy of others, and any health or medical information protected as confidential. Please know, however, we take all concerns very seriously. On any matter of concern, we would ask for you to go through the appropriate administrative channels. Finally, we recognize that our nation right now and our community are polarized on a number of issues. With that being said, we want our school board meetings to serve as an example to our students that members of our school board and members of our community can deal with controversial issues in a civil manner and demonstrate mutual respect for one another. In that spirit, we will insist that all speakers and members of the audience maintain civility and respect for any divergent views that others possess. We ask that speakers address their comments to the board directly rather than to the audience. Speakers may address items pertinent to tonight's meeting agenda or any topic related to the school unit's programs, policies, or operations. Let me be clear, any statement made that includes personally identifiable comments about a student will not be permitted. In the unlikely event the meeting becomes unruly, the board will recess the meeting and return once order has been restored. Finally, I want to remind everyone that you may submit written comments to the board in lieu of speaking during the public comment period if you so choose. Pamphlets here okay. There's a board pamphlet that I have no idea if there were enough for everyone, but we do have a board pamphlet that outlines, thank you, Carrie, that outlines how we do it. And individuals who wish to speak are required to fill out the sign-in form, which I have here. Those who wish to speak will be required to state their name and the town or city of residence before beginning your comments. Consistent with policy BEDH, the board will hear public comments from residents and employees of the school unit first. If there is time remaining in the public comment period, once all residents have had the opportunity to speak, the board will permit comments from non-residents. The board will not, and we took a minute to get started. If you notice, the superintendent and vice chair and I were trying to decide, because we want to hear from everybody. So we were trying to decide how do we do this? How long do we go? So we have decided that we will go for 90 seconds per person and go for 30 minutes. Typically, our policy says 20 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 minutes, 2 minutes each. And we want to hear. So we also have a full agenda of business that we have to do tonight. So that's the compromise that we have arrived at this moment. And I suppose I'm speaking now from my own hip, that if we get to 30 minutes and we really do have an abundance of people that have not been heard, we can revisit that and see if we need to go another 10 minutes or what we need to do. But as an early on accommodation, that's what we'd like to do. So we will now entertain public comment and
Madam Chair, you said 90 seconds?
90 seconds.
Got it.
Are you the timer?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just love when you're the
Will you
timer.
remind, will you let people know when they're at 30 seconds?
30, sure.
Yeah.
Can do.
So we'll say when you're at 30 seconds and make your alarm loud.
It is, I changed it.
Thank you, like a fire engine or something, I don't know. Okay, number one is James Pease.
I'll start the timer after you say your name and where you're from, okay?
My name is James Pease. I live in Gardner. And I have been in the mental health field for 20 years. I've been a clinical social worker for the last 10 years. And I'm currently the clinical social worker at Gardner Area High School. And over the course of my career, I have learned, as I think we all are aware, that a person's physical needs need to be met before they're going to be able to move on and do anything else. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, first one, physiological needs. It goes up to love, self-esteem. The physiological needs have to be met. If those are not met, students will not be able to access their education. They cannot get that fully if their physical needs are not met. The school-based health center is a great opportunity to ensure that those students who might not have access to healthcare will be able to have their health needs met, to be able to more fully participate in their education. We essentially are doing them a disservice if we don't give them this opportunity. They need to have access to the healthcare so they can fully participate in their curriculum. And really, I'm not just saying my opinion, I'm not just saying my experience based on 20 years, although that is the case.
30
These are
seconds.
facts. And we don't have to agree with facts, we don't have to like facts, but they are the facts. I'm not saying my opinion, this is how it is. They need access to healthcare so they can fully access their curriculum. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Munzing.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Munzing. I'm from West Gardner. As a parent of students in MSAD11 and as a clinical social worker, I'm writing to emphasize the importance of establishing a school-based clinic here in our district. A school-based clinic is a vital resource that provides accessible medical, dental, and mental health services directly on school grounds. This accessibility ensures that students can receive timely care without barriers of transportation, missed classes, or parent scheduling challenges. These are common and realistic challenges that students and families that we see in MSAD11. Imagine getting a notice from your child's coach that you need a physical in order to play in the upcoming season, but that you don't have a PCP or you don't have the upfront costs to have it done at a place like Express Care. But as a parent, you know that it is a
30
lifeline
seconds.
to keep their grades up, their mental health, and it's a part of how they become an active member in their community, in their school community. When we think about increased access to care, many students face barriers to accessing healthcare, including lack of insurance, transportation issues, long wait lists, lack of available appointments, and financial constraints.
That's it. Clock is spoken.
And there was nothing personal there, Lisa.
Good job.
Patrick Munsing.
My name is Patrick Munsing, and I live in West Gardner. Some of you may recognize me as a football coach. I'm also a 20-year state trooper, and I've also volunteered as a softball coach. So I have some insight into some of this, and to kind of piggyback off of what has already been mentioned. Personally, for me as a coach with some of our athletes that we've had, taking them to Express Care, having to be on the phone with their parents, to sign them up to do this kind of thing. With a school-based healthcare, we could have them just go right in, get that stuff taken care of, which would be fantastic. After school, trying to get them to appointments, the number of practices that they miss, they fall behind, just simple things where they're sick or they might have like a rash or some of these things. And what gets kind of lost in the shuffle is our trainer gets so inundated with just simple things that could just be evaluated in a school-based healthcare system. Personally, I have a son that's a junior. I have a daughter that's in 8th grade.
30 seconds.
And we, as a family, have these kind of conversations about their healthcare. I'm looking forward to the information that comes out of this meeting. But that's part of what we do as parents. And they're being able to have that access. If they needed it, that would be great. If they don't, that's fine. We can seek our stuff elsewhere. But thank you.
Victoria Tracy.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Tracy. I'm a resident of Randolph and currently a student at Gardner Area High School. Recently, tensions have been high between board members, administration, the community, and even students after seeing the decisions made by some of the elected members I see sitting in front of me. As you all know, today is the day board members will vote for or against a school-based health center. I speak to my community, my peers, and especially the people sitting in front of me when I say that this is needed in our community. After attending both a committee meeting and the public presentation, my heart would sink to find out that some of those that I speak to now want to deny a basic right to a community in need. Students are seeing the division both within and outside of this room, and personally speaking, it frightens me. The negativity being spread saddens me as the world is at a time of need. To those I see here today who feel the need to speak against some board members' negativity online, remember that they are humans and you are too, and actions have consequences. I stand here today as a student who is trying to show the community that I will not be silenced, no matter how hard some of
30
those I see here today may try. To the strong individuals who have been doing nothing but put forth the best for the students of MSAD11, you are appreciated and not going unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Sarah.
My name is Sarah Manzer, and I am a resident of Gardner and a student at Gardner Area High School. I am here today to voice my support for the school health center. We live in a harsh world where healthcare is extremely costly. While I personally do have access to healthcare outside of school, many of my peers do not. I find that some people tend to instill fear in parents in order to enforce their agenda, and I do not think this is right. The health center is not a scary place. It is a place where students such as myself can get access to healthcare that many of my peers cannot otherwise afford. Athletes can get physicals, and students will have access to vaccines that fight fatal diseases. All of this, of course, with parental permission. Mental health is such a prominent issue in high schools globally, and having a center where students can receive the help they desperately need is vital for our school. Our school nurse does all she can to help our school, and we are so grateful to have her. However, with a school of over 600 students, she desperately needs assistance. The health center would be able to give her this assistance so that every student can be cared for. I am so grateful that I have access to healthcare outside of school. I understand that having healthcare is a
30
privilege.
seconds.
It shouldn't have to be. Thank you for your time.
Carrie Arsenal.
Hello, I'm Carrie Arsenault. I'm a resident of Gardner. I have two sons who attended Gardner schools and they're now in college, and I'm also a member of the Gardner Area Thrives Coalition. So as part of that coalition, on October 29th, we held an open forum to answer any and all questions about the proposed school-based health center. It was communicated well in advance through the high school social media pages, emails to parents, and many other places. There was a full room at Johnson Hall to show that it was communicated. And lots of great discussion from those that were for it and not for it. The local paper covered it, a news station covered it, and I felt positive when I left that the panel of health professionals that were there had the experience through 27 other school-based health centers that are being run across the state to give us an accurate description of what to expect if the proposed school-based health center were to be approved. For our students who have no transportation to and or access to necessary health care, this will be an amazing resource for them. I have no doubt that the medical professionals through Health Reach will provide services to students together with informed parents.
30 seconds.
For me, when my children were in high school, they played sports. They had to get their sports physicals, and they had many friends who did not have them in time to participate in sports. Also, my oldest repeatedly dislocated his shoulder, and it would have been a lot more convenient for him to have it put back into place right there at school versus having to take him to an emergency room. So those are my points tonight. Thank you for listening. Carrie Arsenault.
Carrie, I have one of those too.
Oh, yeah.
He had to raise his wings all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see, Jamie Riggin.
Hi, my name is Jamie Riggin. I'm a resident of Randolph. I am also the school nurse at Pittston Randolph Consolidated School. As a parent, a nurse, and a resident of this community, I strongly support the establishment of a school-based health center at Gardner High School. This initiative is a thoughtful, practical solution to the growing need for accessible healthcare for our students. It will provide students with the immediate care during the school day, reduce the burden on parents for minor illnesses, and address health concerns that may otherwise go unaddressed. As a parent, my primary concern is the health and well-being of my kids. I want them to have access to medical care when they need it without the disruption of leaving school or work for a minor doctor's appointment. The school-based health clinic is designed to be an additional resources for families, not a replacement for family physicians or the essential role parents play in medical decisions. As a nurse, I understand how important it is for students to have timely access to healthcare. Minor illnesses, injuries,
30
mental health
seconds.
concerns can all interfere with a student's ability to learn and engage in school. It's well documented that access to healthcare improves academic performance and overall well-being. The health clinic will provide preventative care with immunizations and health screenings, which can help our children to keep them healthy and reduce healthcare costs for families in the community. And as a resident, I recognize that the resources and investment.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. All right, Karen Jansen.
Hi, I'm Carrie Manser. I reside in Gardner. I am the parent of a graduate of Gardner High School and 2 students currently at Gardner High School. I had the privilege of being part of this conversation about the school-based health center as the idea was just emerging. And it was based on the model of so many other schools in our state that have been benefiting from these health centers for years. And that conversation included parents, teachers, administrators, school nurses, community members, and local healthcare providers. And I can tell you that the enthusiasm and advocacy for a health center at the high school came from a place of deep care and deep concern for the students in our school and for their families. Many of the people who are part of the conversation are the ones who spend day after day in our schools and are a witness to the difficulties that families face in getting access to physical care and mental health care for their kids, and the negative impact that it has on the kids they see firsthand. We should trust their concern and trust that they want what is best for all of our kids.
30 seconds.
The conversation was never about getting around the rights of parents. It has always been about helping kids and helping families thrive. So I urge our school board to vote in favor of this health center, as many local voices have implored you to do. Thank you.
Jacqueline O'Donnell.
Jacqueline O'Donnell, Gardner resident and school nurse at the Laurie Richard School. As a parent and a nurse, I completely understand how ensuring access to our kids' healthcare is a paramount need. Having a school-based health center is a positive and proactive step towards ensuring the well-being of all of our students. We all want what's best for our kids. And I know firsthand as a nurse that easy access to healthcare services has significant impact on students' overall success academically, socially, and emotionally. There are concerns circulating within our community, particularly around the idea that parents may be excluded from medical decisions regarding their children. This is simply not true. Parent involvement is the cornerstone, not just of a school-based health center, but also what we know about pediatric medicine and children's development. Parent involvement is huge. There's concerns about teens seeking care without parental involvement and consent. And it's important to recognize that Maine law already allows this. It's the same as Quebec pediatrics law, Maine general, wherever your children are currently going. Once they turn 16, they can seek treatment for mental health services, sexual and
30
reproductive
seconds.
health services, and substance treatment services without your permission. This is about having a conversation with your kids and your families. What we can do here as a community, though, is support this initiative. Please don't let blinding fear and social media pressure prevent MSAD11 from receiving the true benefits of an initiative that's designed to improve the well-being of our students and community. It's an investment not only in the kids' future, but it's a future here at Gardner. Thank you.
Next on the list is, I'm not able to quite read it, Dan. Dan Glass, Dan.
Graph.
Oh, great. Thank you. If that's you, come to the mic. It's McGrath? Okay, I'm sorry.
They always told me I had hand scratching for writing.
Oh, boy.
It's a little better than that.
She got the Dan.
I did get the Dan, yeah.
Basically, very quickly, I have 2 questions. Where does the funding come from? And if we do not participate, is there any issues with funding from other areas? That's the only 2 questions I have. Thank you.
Catherine Wise.
Hi, my name is Catherine Weezy.
Sorry.
And
Name brutality.
I'm from Gardner, Pittston. I am a junior at Gardner High School, and I'm here to support the integration of a school-based health clinic. To start, the school-based health clinic is not going to suddenly produce hundreds of controversial things, because that is not the goal of the clinic, let alone any healthcare place. The health clinic will give the students of our high school fair and easy access to the healthcare they need, only what they need. We all know that there is no agenda going into this. The healthcare clinic will provide valuable healthcare to students who cannot access healthcare usually, especially in a tough economic time, like right now. As for the aspect of confidentiality being seen as a secret, keeping against parents, this is misconstrued. As said before, the confidentiality is everyone's right to have medical privacy that can be received at any healthcare center by law. Like minors over the age of 16, as was said. The confidentiality
30
these parents
seconds.
are concerned with is already an aspect in their lives at the regular physician provider. If a student's parents wish their child not to use a healthcare center because of their own beliefs, that is a decision their family should make for themselves. I urge you to not listen to misinformation and not listen to fear mongering, and talk to the people who you are making decisions for. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Oh, you're so good.
So close.
Wow.
Zachary Hanley.
No, I'm gonna pass for now, thank you.
Okay. Liam Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Liam Shaw. I reside in Gardner. I've been a resident here for 22 years. I'm the father of two daughters, one who's graduated and one who's a senior in high school. I've also been a licensed clinical social worker for 28 years, focusing primarily on children and families. In my current role, I oversee the Edmond and Irving Pediatric Center at Bain General. One of the things we talk about a lot in healthcare is access. And we acknowledge you can have the most amazing doctors, the most amazing treatments. If you can't get the patients to them, it's really no value. One of the other things we talk a lot about in healthcare is evidence. We want to provide things that are based on facts and research and evidence. I did a full lit analysis of school-based mental health, school-based healthcare centers. I provided 2 of the articles to this board. Overwhelmingly, the evidence supports that it improves attendance and grades and overall mental health. So in closing, I just want to say, I think we have a real opportunity here in Gardner to provide something for kids that will improve their lives and make them more productive citizens. So I really urge the board to consider that, voting to approve it. And I want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to have this public forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah Huber.
Hi, I'm Sarah Huber. I'm a lifelong resident of Pittston. And I'm also a graduate of Gardner High School. I have a son who attends the middle school and a son who graduated a few years ago. I'm also the principal of Wiscasset Middle High School, and last year we had the same kind of thing, except a little smaller because we're a little smaller down there. But to start a school-based health center, which we started in September, it's been very successful. We're seeing students being able to access needs related to their mental health and as well as their physical wellness, and it's going very well. And the process to make that go well, it was pretty smooth, and I'm sure that that's probably going to happen here. Schools are to be welcoming, and they show that they care about every student, and I think everyone in this room would agree with that. And every student brings differences, their learning differences, their athletics, their beliefs, their personalities, their interests, their needs, just like all of us in this room. It's a time that we have a resource in our schools that will improve the health and well-being of our students. In the 90s, we talked about having a school-based health center. And so I think it's time that we have this resource for all of our students. And I commend everything's been said tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. Frida.
I'm Frida Kieser. I'm a resident of Gardner. I found myself sucked into the wild social media posts originating from our own board members over the last couple of weeks. The posts seemed less about informing the public and more about dividing our community. I found myself in a state of disbelief and ultimately was incredibly disappointed. We're a community that rallies around our own. We have social media pages dedicated to helping those in need and providing resources in the hopes that everyone can move beyond merely surviving and into thriving. The job of the school board is to ensure the well-being of every single student in MSAD11. This quote is from one of our own school board members' campaign this year, which I absolutely loved. I'll prioritize supporting students and families in Gardner to ensure the resources to thrive. The first step in this is ensuring that we are here to listen, to learn, and are open-minded. If we come in with a set agenda, making statements about it being our mission to guarantee the health center doesn't get it approved before we've even learned about the good it would do for so many of our students, we're already not doing the best thing for them. The biggest arguments against the health center can be lumped in two categories. The first, arguments against confidential medical care. It's not a school board or health center thing, it's a law. You're in the wrong place if that's what you're arguing here.
30 seconds.
The second, lack of transparency. As we've already said, October 29th, you had that opportunity, and if you chose to not be informed, that was a choice you made. A school-based health center would provide MSAD11 students access to the necessary healthcare that will set them up for success. Many individuals have talked about how wonderful it's been in their school, and I can't wait to see it here. It seems clear that a vote against the school-based health center is a vote against providing necessary resources students need to thrive.
Thank you, Frida. Oh, Olivencia. I hope I didn't ruin your name.
No, you got it right. So, hi there, my name is Hope Olivencia. I'm a resident of Gardner and business owner here. I have a child who graduated from Gardner a few years ago and a granddaughter who's currently at the high school. You all have the opportunity to make their lives better. Not every child's socioeconomic situation is the same. You have the opportunity to level that playing field for all of them. There are currently over 1,900 clinics around the US. We're not reinventing the wheel here. This isn't complicated. Just vote yes and make their lives easier. Not every child has access to convenient, simple healthcare. And I see it in my shop. I have teenagers that come in that are pregnant and scared, and they sit over in a corner and they talk, and I give them a safe place to come because they don't have it at the school. They have it in my place, and we support them. And we offer LGBTQ opportunities in my space as well, and they should have that at school. They should be able to walk in and feel comfortable with their friends and talk to people in confidence. That's all.
Thank you, Hope. John Kelly.
I guess my biggest concern would be that there's going to be prescriptions given to kids without parental knowledge and possibly drug interactions that aren't, in the paperwork that the school has. And I just think that, maybe we could just make an addendum to the school policy that overrides the state law. I don't see why that would be an issue. Whereas if there was going to be any prescriptions given to children, they would first have to be okayed by the parents. Other than that, I think it's a great idea to have this. I just think there needs to be additional precautions in place. Because it's also, some of the research I did online today says that one of the biggest things kids are doing that in areas that have this is they go in, they say they have ADHD or they make it look like they do or whatever, maybe they do. They get the prescriptions and then they go and sell it to all their friends. Because it's a stimulant. And
30 seconds.
I wouldn't want anybody's kids to be, I don't want this to turn into something that's gonna hurt the school or the children there. I think that, parents would feel a lot more relieved if we could add something to this that would ensure that this type of thing isn't gonna happen, that there wouldn't be any, basically just any prescriptions given to kids. I just think that's a huge, huge hole that's could cause more damage than good.
Thank you. I need a cocoa. Ramsey Tripp. Oh, I'm sorry, Christina Hobbs. Ramsey, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
I jumped the list.
Hi, I'm Christina Hobbs from West Gardner. I'm coming here saying, I like the idea of a health center. I understand it eliminates a lot of the red flags and everything, but there's also potential consequences that need to be thought about. I worked in the pharmacy for 21 years. With adults, I saw common interactions and issues that came up and a lot of them were counseled on their medications. But when we have kids that don't understand, are just given a medication and just take it because that's what they're supposed to be taking, there can be a lot more issues because you don't know if an OTC med will interact with it. They don't tell mom and dad they're taking a med, then we give them ibuprofen for a headache and it interacts with their med. There's other issues with, sorry, I'm nervous. I heard a lot of people saying, if you don't want your kid to go, then tell them not to go.
30
But
seconds.
if you don't, if you haven't got what it's like to be a teen, I remember I had great parents and yet I went speeding down the highway and crashed my car because I wanted to impress my friends. And there's the issue with peers. Go in as groups down, let's get birth control and peer pressure to get it. There's all these types of issues that are, that need to be thought about. What about summers? If they stop taking an SSRI because they can't get to the school to get another fill of it, what happens then with SRIs? You can't stop them.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina. Ramsey.
Ramsey Tripp from Gardner, husband, father of 10, I'm a filmmaker, and I've been on the Gardner Area Thrives Coalition as well. So I'm kind of the odd man out there a little bit just because I have some questions. I think this could be a good idea, but I do have some questions. I have some things that have come up with that. A lot of it has to do with finances and businesses and decisions like that. I've been part of, working with government contracts and things like that. And it's usually sort of a bid process. And I haven't seen that in this, like why hasn't Northern Light been contacted or, just some of those processes that you would normally do in government to reach out to other people so that there's a bidding process. It's interesting to me that Maine Health, one of their financial goals is to achieve 20% of earnings sourced from value-based arrangements and new business lines. I've heard people talk about like people accessing this healthcare because they don't have finances. This isn't free healthcare, just so everybody knows it's not free healthcare. So I've asked that question too, because I'm friends with a lot of the people on the committee that put this together. They've been great in answering a lot of my questions. Everybody's been really helpful. So it's not like anybody's like, being trying to hide anything or anything like that. People have been super helpful. And then I just had this concern with the $15,000 gift that was awarded to the school this summer. That to me seems really odd that Maine Health gave Gardner Area High School $15,000 prior to this coming about. There's just some ethical concerns there on my part that I have. There's a few other things too, just have sick kids coming to school when we have MSAD11 has on their website not to bring sick kids to school, and yet we want to bring all the sick kids to school. So there's a few things I think we can deal with, but those are just my concerns. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So, yep, we have one more person and we're at 30 minutes. So Ben Batchelder.
Good evening. My name is Ben Batchelder and I work for the district, the high school. I'm here to unequivocally support adding a health center to Gardner High School. Young people do have the right and the freedom to care for themselves and their bodies as established by the laws of the state. That's why having a health center at Gardner High School is so important. It ensures that every student, no matter their background or circumstances or financial situation, has access to the care that they need when they need it. A favorite saying of my mother is that if you don't have your health, then you don't have anything. And I am troubled to report that the percentage of undiagnosed childhood ailments is around 20% in undeveloped communities, possibly higher. That's 1 in 5 kids. Now, every person here can think of someone that they knew that didn't get medical help when they needed it. And everyone, I think, can probably remember the consequences as well. And the consequences, of course, don't just stay in one place. They don't just stay at the high school. We've all noticed how bad walking pneumonia is these past few months. A quick diagnosis in a health center can prevent its spread, save money for our family, and hasten the recovery of a sick child. It's crystal clear that a health center at the high school is in the best interest of the students and community. It's also clearly in the best interest of the adults, parents, and teachers. Everyone will benefit. So I understand that today is not the world that we grew up in. There's a lot of confusing and contradictory information out there, but I'd like to think that everyone here are friends and neighbors and people who care about this place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's 30 minutes and we got through most everyone.
I'd like to make a motion to send out fine.
How many folks do we have, madam? We have that have not spoken, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm fine with that.
All those in favor? Okay, so next then is Pat Saucier.
All right, it's time to lay up camera.
Oh,
We're on TV.
we're on TV out
We've got a
there.
laptop out there. that-
How do we look?
Great, by
Makeup
the
check.
way.
Okay,
All right, so my name is Patrick Saucier. I'm a resident of Augusta, but I have two children that go to school in this district. I was a school board member from March of 2020 until January of 22, when I was forced to leave the community I was representing. And that's where I'm in the situation that I'm in now. So anyways, there's a lot of things that I've heard over the years. I coach youth sports, and there's a lot of parents that come talk to me through the years about the school and stuff like that. And I know that there is two sides to this. There's people that want this clinic, there's people that are against it, or actually just have concerns. Problem that we have is if individuals take and that want this, force through and don't listen to the concerns of the other side, the kids are going to be the ones that are going to lose in the end. Those individuals that don't want it and they plow through and they stop this from happening, the kids are going to lose. The only option that we have as a community is to band together.
30 seconds, Pat.
So I'll end with this. One of the things that I think the board should do is table this whole situation for a later date. Have a conversation with the parents and the community in a neutral environment. So that way there we can come on the same page and work together for the children. I think that's going to be the best thing. United we stand, divided we fall is a saying, but if you apply that to a school board, united we stand, divided the children fail. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Pat. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys too.
Deandra Staples.
She didn't sign up to talk.
Oh, she did. Yeah, she's on the list. She didn't mean to. Her hand got away from
She's
her.
going to speak, but no.
Okay. Kiniana Tinkham. Did I butcher your name? Oh, perfect. Hate to do that. My public school phonics.
No, thank you. My name is Keeney Tinkham and I live in Manchester, and I have been a community advisory board member for the Miranda Cook School-Based Health Center for close to 30 years. I'm really proud of our school-based health center and all that it has done to serve our children, our educators, our staff at the school-based health center within the district, and also our families and our community at large. In addition, I have been serving children and families in my 40-year career as a registered nurse. And I want to say that a school-based health center just creates an environment where it's safe and welcoming for all people to access care at school. As a parent, I worked 24 miles from our school, and our children's pediatrician was 22 miles from school. So if I received a call during the day for my child to go to for care, I would spend like the whole day transporting my child, and he would leave school and never maybe return, miss sports, miss tests. So again,
30
being
seconds.
access care at school is just critical. And it was in partnership with me as a parent. I did get calls. I mean, my pediatrician would get communication about what was going on with my son's chronic ear problems and his asthma. And it was a team. We were working together. And I know not all children have that, but the center is really there to support students and family and improve communication. And it makes them a better advocate as an adult for their own health care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alan Sarvinas.
Good evening, Chairwoman Flesh. My name is Alan Sarvinas. I live in Topsom. I also represent parents' rights in education here in Maine. For the last 5 years, I've dedicated myself and others to working with school boards, school board members, superintendents. I've had a superintendent call me at 6 o'clock on a Friday night to vent about his district. Okay, so there is a way to get along and there is a way to listen. In the last 5 years, I have not seen the public process thrown out the window like just happened here. And that's why we're upset, because it's disrespectful. There's no process, there's no policy, there's no contract. And considering there's a lawsuit in Fairfield right here in Maine because they didn't tell parents they were sending a little girl home with a clear plastic baggie with drugs in it. The ones you put sandwiches in usually, this one had drugs in it in a book bag that the father found. So yes, there's a concern with people in the district that the public process would allow you to ease their feelings. But instead you said, no, Wednesday before Thanksgiving, let's throw this agenda item out there. Maybe we'll get it in pre
30
Christmas and go home.
seconds.
I guess that's what it is. I mean, you tell me, I've never seen it. And if anybody doesn't have time to speak, I printed these out so you can write on it and hand in your testimony, since I knew they were gonna cap it, but you didn't, so thank you. But that's it. I mean, where's the public process to let people participate? Parents have lives. The process is supposed to be slow so we can participate. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Mike Soboleski.
I'm State Representative Mike Soboleski. I'm here at the request of parents who are concerned that this will not be as benign as it's being made out to be. The district already has a transgender and gender expansive student policy that forces girls to share toilets and locker facilities with boys pretending to be girls. Is it any wonder that 51% of the 2006 student visits to Maine school-based clinics were for mental health issues last year alone? When Maine government-run K-12 schools immerse minors in trans madness, we should not be surprised so many kids are anxious, depressed, and suicidal. Will the health clinic at the high school dish out hormone therapy and medication to children without the knowledge and consent of parents or guardians? And who knows how far you would go with that. State law does say that you can dispense medication. It doesn't say you have to. So are you prepared to go past what parents want? The rights of the parents? I fully requested the financials, as you know, Madam Superintendent, and I fully requested all of the documents, including all of your contracts. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this to find out how far you're going to be willing to go with this. You've gone woke in your other policies, way to the left, and there's nothing that makes me believe that you're not going to do that with this one and push it just as far as you possibly can to take over the parental rights and take control of these children, which I think is shameful. So we're going to be watching very closely and hold you accountable, and we'll be here when the vote comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Fingers.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. My name is Lori Gingras. I'm a teacher at Gardner Area High School. I've been teaching for 20 years. I have two sons. One is currently a junior at UMF. And I have another son who's here in the audience. He's a junior at the high school. I spent the first 7 years of my career as a special educator, and I'm now in my 13th year of teaching English. Cultivating lifelong learners is my jam. However, I believe that cultivating lifelong healthy behaviors is just as important. So I am here to urge you, school board, to make the common sense decision of approving a student-based health center for our school district. I can't tell you how many times I have told sick students to go see Nurse Nora, and they have replied, Ms. Gingras, I can't go home. My parents are at work. Or if their grandparents are raising them, my Nana and Grandpa can't come get me. Of course, I send them anyway, but as a parent, I can empathize with this kind of predicament. And Mr. Pease already spoke about Maslow and the hierarchy of needs, but I can assure you that it is true that children are not learning if they are sick. They cannot do it. It's my turn.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our list. I want to thank all of you that have come for public comment. We welcome you to stay as we continue through the agenda. So we will pick up the agenda at review and approval of agenda minutes, prioritization of items, and alteration of the established agenda format sequence as needed. Motion to approve?
No, I need to make a couple adjustments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Approval. Oh, I thought you said there were no adjustments.
No, there are two adjustments.
Oh, okay.
On page 2, under general information, D.
Could you say that louder, please?
I'm sorry?
Could you speak up, please?
Yes, there's a lot of background noise here. So I have two changes. Under general information, on page 2D, Aaron Soul, listed that individual as being an employee, that should be crossed out, please. And then I would make a recommendation that under new business A, the discussion regarding health clinic at the high school be moved to prior to recognition and celebration, in recognition of how many people are here this evening, to give them the opportunity to hear the conversation without having to sit through the rest of the board's agenda.
Motion to approve those
I
adjustments?
just wanted to say something about last week's meeting, the minutes from last week.
That this isn't the
Okay,
time.
that
We'll
we're
do
not
it
there
at a
yet.
different place.
Let me know.
Different place. Okay, so,
So move to approve modifications to this agenda.
okay. Second by Linda?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor? Motion carries, or was there any dissent? All right, approval of tonight's agenda. Motion to
I would
approve.
like to make a motion.
Okay,
I'd like to, on page 2, under the section 10, Roman numeral 10, item A, I would like to remove the word approve from that, approval from that discussion. I would like to have the information presented to us as has been planned to do. But I would prefer that we not take a vote tonight to approve or disapprove of it. And I've made that motion and I'll wait for a second and then I'd like to stick to it.
okay, so we have a motion and a second to remove the word approval.
To remove the action of approval from this, tonight's discussion on that issue. We're gonna have a presentation, which I would love to hear.
Yep.
But I would prefer, and the motion is that we will not take a vote to approve it at all. We will wait.
Okay, so we have a motion and 2 seconds.
I would like to speak also to my motion,
Right now?
if that's
Is that-
available.
Sure.
In view of, I mean, all of us on the school board have received, I'm buried in emails. And it's obvious that this is not a complete sell to everyone. You have a great group of people that are for it, but obviously a great group of people that are not for it don't fully understand it. And I think, delaying this another month or even 2 months is not going to hurt anything at all. Get some more discussion out there. Let's hear the presentation tonight and get all, that I do want to hear. But I think it would be in the best interest of selling the product to, so to speak, to wait and not drive it through the night. This is a little faster than it should be. And I think it would be in our best interest, if you want it to work, to give it a little more time.
Can I respond? Can I make a comment?
Sure.
The more we wait as we're going into flu season, the longer we're gonna have to wait for children to have access to care during school time.
This
No?
won't happen immediately. It'll be
I think the proposal is for it to take effect in 25-26.
again, we haven't heard the proposal.
True.
So,
I'm okay with making the vote tonight to pursue the approval, and so I wouldn't support that motion to amend the agenda like that. I went to the meeting back at the end of October. That was well advertised and I think well attended and had a lot of information. I think there were several of us there. And there's also been other information about this coming out, so this isn't necessarily a surprise to me. I think it's been well advertised and well promoted. And we've heard a really, we've heard a lot of views, and I think we have and will have even more information to make that decision on tonight. I'm comfortable with going ahead with that, so I would not adjust the phrasing of that.
Jeff, then do I have hands over? Okay. You've already spoken, Jeff, so I'm gonna go over here to Molly.
You were first.
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay. Hit me if I don't know the right one. Michelle.
I want to address the fact that there was a presentation at Johnson Hall, but it was explicitly advertised as not an MSAD11 event. So therefore, this has not been brought to the school board. This has not been brought to the community. So yes, it was a very thorough presentation. It was well attended, but on the Gardner area high school page, on flyers that were distributed around town, on other social media, it was very much distinguished as not an MSAD11 event. So therefore, I would be very comfortable in not doing that approval tonight. There are a lot of issues at stake and a lot of information that needs to be ironed out before we make this step. I hear the passion on both sides. I recognize the need for healthcare. I did read that this would not be implemented until the fall. So there is time to really get the community together and talking about it with transparency, with contracts, with information. And we don't have that for our community tonight. So we should not take a vote on this tonight.
Larry?
My comment was exactly what she just said. We have no proposal in front of us. We've had no board meeting about this. There was a marketing presentation given to us by a third-party profit company that is for profit, given to us, so it was nothing more than a marketing campaign and a stunt.
They're actually a nonprofit.
I want to be careful. I want to be careful because we have not shown caution when we've talked about this, especially on social media, and I'm going to stop there with that.
So the flyer that I seen said that they have a sliding scale.
So you need to hear the presentation. I don't want to cut you off, but you're not giving an opportunity for the people that are here to present, and accusations are very hurtful. Your words matter.
I'm not making an accusation, I'm telling you what I read on the
So
flyer.
right now, we are discussing whether to support the motion that's on the floor.
Correct. So let's deal with that first.
And I'm saying I support that motion because we have not been given any paperwork, no contracts, no proposal with ink on paper physically that we can read, nor has anything been given to the public to that degree.
So we have a motion and a second. Molly?
Can you explain to me what possible approval to host means rather than consideration to approve?
My understanding is, and I will be corrected if I'm inaccurate, my understanding is that we can vote tonight. The board can decide to do what it wishes to do. The board can proceed to start a health clinic in the fall. The board can also decide that they need more information. You guys can listen, I hope you will, listen to the process and to the program that's going to be presented to us. I haven't heard it. I wasn't able to be at it. I'm not jumping into anything. I'm trusting that we have asked competent people who have offered to do this for us. It is not an MSAD11 sponsored event. That's accurate, Michelle. It was not. This is something that was brought to us from the outside to operate within our school. It is not ours.
Point of order.
And so
Point of order.
The chair gets the point of order.
When I make a point of order, that's what has to be addressed.
That's
okay?
not true.
That's
The
the Robert's
chair is
Rule
in
of
charge
Order.
of the meeting.
So
Jeff.
You need to take lead of this conversation.
Sure.
So,
I would like to let Molly finish, if that's okay.
No, it isn't. I've made a point of order, and under the rules, you have to address that point.
Okay, what's your point of
The
order? Jim?
point is that you are facilitating the meeting. You're the chairwoman of the meeting. You're not supposed to pontificate. You're supposed to call on others and allow them to speak. You're speaking and not allowing other members waiting to speak to have their say. I would ask that you would limit your conversation so that the people that are holding their hands up get to speak. That's my point. Thank you.
Molly.
Given that it is a community proposed clinic,
Mhm.
and the meeting that was held was a community proposed advertised
Yes.
opportunity to hear a presentation. This is the first time the board is hearing the presentation. So is this a vote to approve the presentation this evening? Or is this a vote to hear and begin the process of approving the clinic? What are next steps? How is this? Exactly voting for? Yeah,
It's-
what are we
it's
voting for?
entirely up to the board to
That's it.
ultimately make that decision. You have the right to vote to move it forward. You have the right to say, not yet. We're not ready. That's why it's kind of a possible approval versus just consideration, because it's less firm, right? This is the first time you've heard it. You may want more of a presentation. You have the right to say, we're ready to move forward. You have the right to say, you know what, I like this idea and concept, but in order for us to really approve, we need X, Y, Z. You have the right to say, we want to table this till next month. You know, it's very open-ended intentionally so that the board can decide what it wants to do, because this is the first time that you've heard this from the public, from the community committee.
So basically, at that point,
Point of order. You have to be called on before you speak.
So,
Sarcasm's gonna kick in here in a minute.
Megan had her
Megan?
hand up
Yeah, I was
first.
just gonna, I think that the getting hung up on possible approval to host a clinic at Gardner Area High School. Presentation is the key word here, and when I looked at the agenda, the thing I saw was presentation. Whoa, we're gonna have a presentation. And then my mind was blown because we've had this nonstop conversation about a vote, and there's no word vote here. And there's no vote, like, I'm just kind of floored that we're still talking about a vote that's really imaginary right now. I'd love to see the presentation. I loved everything that everybody had to say. And I think that this sounds like possible approval. I mean, to me, it sounds like presentation is the agenda item. Like, and that's what we should do so that we can then possibly do all of the things that Pat just mentioned, or none of them. That's just my words.
Michelle?
Yes, thank you.
I said Michelle.
Oh, I'm sorry. My hearing is not good.
That's
Go ahead,
okay.
I'm sorry.
It seems like we're all on the same page of wanting to know more, of wanting the presentation. So what is the obstacle to removing the agenda item? Approval is a synonym for vote in this instance. So I don't understand what the objection here is to removing the word approval. Why don't we just remove the word approval, get all the information, do our students the best possible service by putting it off, but getting all the information tonight, absorbing all the things that these brave people in this room have testified about. I don't see the issue if we all want more information of voting against approving it tonight.
Jeff?
Yes, the reason I made this motion was because of the inbox, the flood of emails. It's obvious there is controversy about this. And my motion is actually to remove the possibility of a no vote or a yes vote. I'm asking for a delay, that's all. Just let's give this another 30 days, another 60 days. It's not for this year's implementation anyway. It's for the next year. There's plenty of time to put it into place. That's all my motion is for, is not to kill it, is to just give it more time to breathe.
Linda? Oh, and then Sage. Thank you.
Sage was hands up first. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. So what I've been hearing consistently is that you all want more information. We have a method of more information right now, and that is the presentation that we're supposed to be listening to. So I think that it would be in everybody's best interest if we address the motion on the table, figure that out, and then we listen to the presentation, because obviously everybody needs more information, despite the fact that there was a forum for the public to ask any questions to be answered, October 29th. So yeah, I think we need to be listening to that presentation right now, because these are the people that know what they're doing, so.
Linda.
I'd like to not remove the possibility for a vote. I'd like to hear the presentation and then decide if I'm ready to vote.
Pat, when do we address this?
You can share that information.
So board members, you received tonight at your spot a summary sheet. Jeff, you're the one that brought up our inbox.
Yeah.
So there were 633 emails processed. 542 were opposed to this. There were a total of 89 residents within the district that wrote emails, 89. A total of 2 parents, a total of 2 questions. Am I reading this wrong?
Yes, you're reading
Yeah.
this wrong. There are 89
Parents, residents, non-resident staff, students.
in
Yes,
support.
in support.
2
89.
parents had questions.
2 parents had questions.
And of the opposers,
Of the opposers,
there
5 were parents.
7 were non-parents but residents.
But residents.
527 had no connection to our
None.
district based on what we not figure out.
None.
Yeah, there you go.
Scratch so over the last 6 days.
Our federal tax
And
dollars
then
pay for it, there is a
I
connection.
would just.
Alan, you are
Let's do that
not
for
on the
another
board, and you need to, this is not a conversation.
This board.
This is not.
Ignore, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore.
I would
So
encourage you at this point to move. the-
we're gonna move forward. So just so the board realizes and the community realizes that the bulk of the emails we've received that don't even come from here.
And they don't have any words with them.
And they have no word. It's a form. Yes.
In fact, it was
They're called
click politics.
or email bots. And I respect people being against it. I understand it. It's not my decision to make. It's this board's decision to make. So we have a motion and a second.
Please repeat the motion.
The motion as I have it is to remove the word approval from
Item number 10.
item 10A. And to just make sure that no vote can be taken this evening. So that is just to listen to the presentation.
And no vote.
No
So
vote.
all those in favor of that? This is a math equation at this point. The votes are weighted by community.
Okay, 4, okay.
All those opposed to that motion? And no one abstained?
Then,
I abstained. Okay.
Tracy and Tony. Okay. All right, and Kira abstained. Sage voted. So, based on weighted votes, let's make sure I have this right. That comes to 7,955 in support and 4,508 against, so it fails.
Okay, then back to the agenda. Approval of the agenda.
So moved. Okay, one, just.
Second.
Second by Tony.
Yep.
I believe any questions or comments have been addressed at this
Who made
point.
the motion?
And Tony second. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? To approve the agenda. Okay. Okay, approval of minutes of previous meetings?
Had a comment.
Can we have a motion first?
So move.
Moved by Tony, second.
By Molly.
Oh, thank you, Molly. Questions or comments? The regular school board meeting of November 7th and the special school board meeting expulsion on November 21st.
On the regular school board meeting, I just wanted to clarify my no vote for the Fellowship of Christian Athletes Club. If it had been a club that included all different kinds of believers as well as non-believers to share their common moral, ethical beliefs and to hold each other accountable, I probably would have voted yes. I was just a little bit concerned on the focus on the group, not making each other accountable to living up to a moral and ethical standard, but prayer, Bible, and Christian leadership, as if only Christian leadership was important. And in follow-up comments regarding other clubs that were more inclusive, one of the board members indicated that you had to be of a certain mindset to be included in another group, the School Gay Straight Alliance Club. And so I'm just a little bit concerned that athletes that are LGBTQ might not feel very comfortable joining in that particular fellowship club. And that's why I thought it was rather exclusionary and not an interfaith plus non-believer ethical club for leadership and keeping people accountable. And I just wanted to clarify that. If it was an interfaith fellowship of athletes, I would have approved it as long as they welcome non-believers as well to share the common beliefs and morals and virtues that we all want them to have. I just wanted to clarify that.
So that's where, we'll move on in just a second, but that's where a greater presentation would have been helpful. Yes, for us to sort of like this, to have more information from that particular club so we would know how to proceed better. So Joanne, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying that for us.
I'm sorry. We did get a presentation from the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. The gentleman was very passionate in what he spoke about. He never said it was exclusionary. It was welcoming for anybody who would want to join that. So we did have an adequate presentation and we passed it because under civil rights laws, we are to welcome that group in as well as LGBTQ. So we did have an adequate presentation on that.
I'm glad you thought that. Megan?
No, that's okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Sage has her hand up,
Oh,
Madam
Sage,
Chair.
Please wave.
I just wanted to say again that the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, it's already been approved. And I think that we really need to be focusing on the big thing on our agenda right now, which is the
Thank you.
consideration
Yay.
of the healthcare center.
Thank you, Sage.
So please focus on them.
All those in favor?
I'm sorry, I missed that motion. Can you repeat that?
Yes, to approve the agenda minutes from previous meetings.
No, to approve the minutes from previous meetings.
I'm sorry, minutes, yes, agenda minutes. I left out the word minutes. All those in favor? Thank you. Got to keep the glasses on or I'm lost. Okay, recognitions and celebrations, there's none.
No, then we said.
Oh my gosh, yes, yes, I have to write it bigger and differently. Okay, now it's time for our presentation. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Hi, everyone. Presentation is. So my name's Deandra Staples, and I'm the Assistant Director of Operations for Health Reach Community Health Centers. We are a federally qualified health center, and we are a nonprofit organization. So the presentation that I'm going to be giving is actually right in your booklet tonight, so feel free to follow along. The mission statement for a school-based health center, I'm just going to kind of read through it real quick. The mission of the proposed school-based health center is to keep students healthy in school and ready to learn. Through a collaboration between Health Reach Community Health Centers and local schools, the school-based health center will provide access to comprehensive, integrated, and culturally responsive healthcare services to ensure that all students have access to quality care when they need it. The next page is just a list of all of the committee members. So this committee that you see here on this page, they are the folks that approached Health Reach, knowing that we have done this in the past with another school. So again, the next page talks about what is Health Reach and who are we? I briefly said that we are a federally qualified health center. We are nonprofit. For those of you who may know the Richmond Family Health Center or Sheep Scott Valley Health Center, that is us. A lot of you may be patients there, and your community members may be patients there. Some kids at the high school may be patients at both these facilities. And we provide equitable access to healthcare in vulnerable populations. And Central Maine happens to be one of those vulnerable populations. We provide several services. Not only do we provide primary care services, behavioral health, we provide dental services, substance use disorder treatment, osteopathic manipulation medicine, podiatry, connector services to outside resources such as SNAP, transportation, Maine Care, and we provide care management as well. So for folks that have more chronic conditions, but pretty much think about your own primary care office. That's what we are. We're just a smaller version inside of school. So school-based health centers, they increase access to medical and mental health care for students. Just recognize that the youth in our communities, not everybody has access to health care. Even at Richmond Family Health Center, sometimes it may take a month or so to be able to get in to get an appointment, or kids that need a sports physical in order to participate in preseason that third week of August. But yet mom and dad, they realized maybe in July that they need to get a sports physical. They got on the list, but guess what? They can't get that sports physical until December. And then that kid can't play sports. So this innovation brings healthcare services to the school, makes it more accessible for students and staff. It provides convenience for parents so they don't have to miss work. That's huge. And lack of transportation. So a school-based health center is a partnership with a school. So it offers primary care services provided by a medical provider within an office setting just inside the school. The goal is to bring accessibility coupled with convenience to the students and staff, like we talked about before. Appointments can be before, during, or after school. We also have 24-hour on-call service to anybody that needs it. Students and staff can access services regardless of their ability to pay. This reduces missed class time for both students and staff. It reduces truancy, and it's conveniently located. It provides all the same services that you would get in your own primary care doctor. There's approximately 3,900 school-based health centers in 49 states throughout the United States. There's currently 27 school-based health centers in the state of Maine. Some of them that more geographically located close to you, it would be Coney, Lawrence High School, Maranacook, all of the Greater Portland Greater Portland schools, Bangor, all the Brewer schools, Nokomis, so several schools that you're familiar with. So for those of you that can't see, So these are just some photos of inside Lawrence High School, which is where we have our other school-based health center. We've been there now for 4 years. It's been extremely successful. But just to give you guys a little visual idea of what a school-based health center looks like. Again, you see here a waiting area, you see a reception desk, and off to the left, you have an exam room, just like you would have at your own primary care office. We have a full service lab. So this is super convenient for teachers. They come and do their lab work with us throughout the day. They have orders from their own doctors, or maybe we are their primary care provider. That's an option too. Kiddos that need blood work done, full service lab, they go out the same night. Results typically, depending on what the test is, they'll come back within the next day. Yeah. So those are some more. And there's another slide. That's another view of the waiting area. This entire space, believe it or not, is one classroom that they transformed into 2 exam rooms, full service lab, a waiting area. What you didn't see is we also have a restroom and we also have a front reception area. So benefits, it's affordable. We heard a little bit before about profit, nonprofit. We're nonprofit. We do bill insurance just like your own primary care doctor would. We bill main care, we bill Medicare. But we also offer sliding fee. A lot of the hospitals in the area and other doctors' offices as well offer a sliding fee, and we do that. So it's based on income. So for those of you who even have commercial insurance, you can still apply for sliding fee, and that'll reduce that copayment and other services. So continuity of care. We work with other primary care offices as well, or specialty providers, because we may not be your primary care provider. Maybe you just kind of use us as a walk-in clinic, and that's okay, or urgent care, that's okay. But we do have that continuity of care with your primary care provider. There's a lot of folks on the advisory committee who are actually providers from Waterville Pediatrics. At Lawrence, we have, I can't even tell you how many students that we share with Waterville Pediatrics. So the collaboration effort with those providers, mom and dad love the convenience, or guardian loves the convenience of us in the school, because they can't always get into Waterville Pediatrics. And the wait list right now to get into Waterville Pediatrics, just to have a normal appointment, it's crazy. It's like 4 months right now. So they absolutely love the convenience of us because they can also work directly with us on a student's care. And connections. So we also provide students and families with other social services in the community, such as main care, SNAP, caseworkers, dental care, transportation. We actually call them, in our work organization, we call them connectors. So a lot of times at the school-based health center, we will set up an appointment for a connector to come to us. And even mom and dad will come and meet and sit down with the connector, with the kid, and sign up for all of these benefits that we feel like that they may be eligible for. And we bring that right to them. A lot of times too, we have kids that are turning 18 who couch surfing, may live with grandma, dad's in jail, mom's nowhere to be found. Our connector works a lot with those kiddos and trying to get them set up for what comes after high school. Do you have main care set up? Do you have other benefits? Do you have housing? Do you have transportation? That sort of thing. So that's what they do. So these are some examples of what we provide: sports physicals, immunizations. Great example of immunizations. We just had final notice went out to kids at the junior high and the high school, and to parents, stating if they didn't have the state mandated vaccines by such and such a date, their kids would not be able to attend school anymore. The nurses were kind of panicking. They gave us that list. We called every parent. We got permission. We got paperwork done with parents. And they're like, wow, you can just do them right there. Like, I don't have to take time off from work. No, we'll do your immunizations right here. We brought all the immunization paperwork to the school nurse. I thought the school nurse was going to throw herself a party because she didn't have to hunt down these kids anymore. And then kids didn't miss a day. And of course, they waited until that last cutoff day to do it, but we were able to, one day last week, we did 17 kids in one day, 17 immunizations in one day to keep those kids in school. Well child check. So again, even if you do have your own primary care provider, doing these well child checks is super important once a year for these kiddos. And sometimes you can't get in that once a year. It's really hard. Reproductive health, mental health services, acute issues. So we see a lot of this, especially right now. We see a lot of walking pneumonia and strep throat. Chronic conditions. We have a few kiddos that have diabetes or other chronic healthcare needs that we work with them. Labs, substance use. One of the great things that we do in collaboration with the school has a policy that if kids are suspended for substance use, they can't come back to school until they've had sort of an intervention appointment. And mom or dad or a guardian has to try to be involved with that if they do have a guardian, and they can't come back to school unless they have one. We had 2 kids last week that got suspended for 5 days. Today actually was the day that they were able to return back to school, but they needed that appointment quickly in order to step foot back on school. So we did 1 virtual appointment late yesterday with dad and kiddo. And then this morning, there was a 2-hour delay, but 30 minutes before school started, one parent with that other kiddo was able to come do their appointment, and they're both back in school today. Whereas otherwise, if they had to wait, or if they had no means to get to an appointment, they'd still be out of school today. So this is some data from Lawrence, just to give you an idea. 9 through 12 students, there's roughly around 577. 7 to 8, there's 315. So from the school year 23 to 24, we served 181 of those students and 29 staff. I will tell you, we collaborate really well with the bus garage as well. A lot of times they'll hire new bus drivers, but to get a DOT physical, sometimes can be a long wait. That's something that we do as well. We're able to get the DOT physicals done. They're in a bus tomorrow, super easy. Visits, so 23 to 24, we had 1,181 visits in that school year. And I will point out that less than 5% of those 181 students are confidential kids. That means that we work with 95% of our students. We collaborate and work very closely with their parent, their guardian, their grandma, their aunt, their uncle, whoever it is that they live with. We find that it is very successful when a child has more support. So our goal is always to get them as much support as they possibly can. And that also includes those at school. So I can't tell you how many times a day we have meetings with the alternative education program, and we sit down with a student and a teacher and try to figure out certain behaviors and that sort of thing. So there's also a collaboration level with the school. Connections to mental health services, we had 18% during that school year. And connections to Health Reach dental services. I don't have that number, but it was a good handful because we also have 2 dental sites. We have a student advisory committee there, and we have a Health Reach connector, like I talked about before. And we also do a lot of referrals to specialty services. I'll give you an example. The other day we had a teacher come in who had a really strange sore in her mouth, and the PCP had to refer her out to get some more urgent needs from ear, nose, and throat specialists because it was concerning. But if that teacher had to wait for her own primary care, which she said she tried to get into, and she wasn't able to get in until after the new year. So we were able to get her in same day she had the concern after she brought it to our attention. And she now has a referral to specialty care in an emergent service. So we currently work Tuesday through Friday, 7 to 3. But I will tell you, when there is a week where maybe there is no students there on Friday, but teachers are there on Friday, we tend to shift our days so that we still have a presence as much as possible for those 4 days. We usually typically choose Monday because there's more Monday holidays. But we work around that schedule and we're very flexible just to try to maintain that 4-day-a-week presence as much as we possibly can. So confidential care, what is it? I know this is a hot topic. So Maine law allows minors to consent to specific health services if the minor demonstrates decision-making capacity. I will tell you, we have students that start out needing one of these three services: mental health, reproductive health, or substance use. I'm scared to tell mom and dad that I started vaping. Our provider works very closely with that student, and for a very, very short time, once that trust is built, they're no longer a confidential student. They're no longer a confidential patient. We've contacted mom, we've contacted dad. Because 9 times out of 10, it's they're scared to tell mom and dad. But if somebody else is willing to tell mom and dad, that's okay. So the provider works very closely with them. Now, we talked about that 5%. Well, that 5%, those are students that there's other issues going on at home, or maybe there is no home. And they're a confidential student because we don't know if there's a mom or dad. We can't get a hold of a mom or dad. So those are the 3 things that we can treat for on a confidential basis. But again, they have to demonstrate decision-making capacity. And if they don't, I have found on several instances that our provider will say, I'm sorry, I can't treat you for that because I just don't feel like you are in a position where you can make that decision-making capacity. So again, like I talked about, a lot of times students may start out confidential because they want to know what we're all about. They want to step their foot in the door. They have an issue. Maybe even it's just like, I have a really bad sore throat and the nurse can't see me, just tied up. Well, we have to call mom and dad for that. Like, that can't be a confidential visit. But if they come in and they have a really concern about, this just happened last week. So kid came in, I'm spending way too much money on cigarettes and vaping. I want to stop, but I don't want mom and dad to know. Mom and dad now know, you know, because she built that trust in a couple of visits. The provider made sure that she saw that kiddo every other day to keep an eye on them, to try to build that relationship. Now mom and dad know. And that's super important because when a kid decides that they want to do something about something, they can't wait. That decision is in the moment, right? And if you wait a minute, it'll probably be gone tomorrow. So medications, we had some concern about that, but medications, they're sent to the pharmacy just like your primary care provider would do, right? Medications are picked up by parents. And sometimes we'll actually have parents say like, hey, if you're going out, can you go pick this up for me? I can't make it. We are willing to do that for parents, but parents know about those medications. They go through their insurance just like they would from your own pharmacist. That's all transparent for parents. So in terms of understanding what is the agreement between the district and Health Reach. Keep in mind, again, the advisory committee, they approached us because they heard about our success with Lawrence High School. We have other federally qualified health centers, like I mentioned before, across the state that have school-based health centers as well. And the luxury of that is that we go into it with a memorandum of understanding. It has outlined all of the legal language that everybody, both parties need to know. And that's something that would be presented and signed off on and all of those things. But that's pretty routine. It's just like a memorandum of understanding that the district has with the main dependents for tobacco dependents, or mainly dental. You guys have the same kind of memorandum of understanding with them. Other entities like the main general sports medicine, same kind of thing. It's the same thing. So yeah. So why are we thinking about doing a school-based health center at Gardner High School? We talked a lot about these, but I'm just going to go over them again because they're very important. Not everybody has a primary care provider. A lot of times kids and teachers, they rely on urgent care. And they have to wait until after school, or they have to wait to try to get a ride, and maybe they don't ever so they don't go get that care they need. Athletes have not been able to get sports physicals. One of the things we do at Lawrence is we do 2 sports physical days a summer right before preseason. We advertise it. We the athletic director gives it out to all the coaches, the kids, the parents. And those days we are busting at the seams, trying to get like 20 some odd kids so they can make that first tryout on Monday. Immunizations, that's been a huge one. Teachers, trainers, and coaches sometimes have questions about fevers or possible injuries. We deal with that a lot. You know, we had a kiddo come in last week, really wanted, not last week, this was like a few weeks ago, really wanted to play in a really important game. And didn't have, there was some concern about the student playing, didn't have anybody to give the student clearance to play. We provided that, called mom and dad. We said, this is what's going on. Do you want us to see your kiddo? Do you want us to try to see what we can figure out? Kiddo was able to get clearance. The sprain had healed. They were good to go. But otherwise, they would have just been sitting there and not been able to play in the game. Parents and guardians will be consulted with care. Sometimes we may call parents beforehand and say, hey, you know, your kiddo came in, they're complaining of a sore throat. Are you okay if we look at your child? Sometimes we get the verbal consent first and we send the paperwork home and we track that and make sure that it comes back. We've done that a lot. A lot of times too, once we've established relationships with parents and kids, a lot of these parents, and I know this sounds very sad, but they don't care to know. They don't want to know. They're good. They sign the paperwork, do what you need to do. But then you have other parents who want to be super involved. We have parents that actually come to the school and attend the appointment with the kid. That's totally fine. I'm going to kind of talk to you about a typical day. So I chose this day. I've been at the health center quite a bit lately. And I chose this day because this day just happened. And just to put it in perspective. So we started the morning with a dad and a stepmom coming in to sit with a student and the provider, because the provider kept getting sent down to the principal's office. There's been some distraction issues. We already know that the child has been diagnosed with ADHD, but there's been some concerns with meds. So we were able to call mom and dad and say, hey, we have availability tomorrow before you go to work. Do you want to stop by and have this conversation, or do you want to join us virtually? They want to stop by. It's great. So our day started out with that. We also treated 3 cases of walking pneumonia. We heard somebody say that earlier. It's going around like crazy right now. Then the provider had an appointment with a student who has diagnosed ADHD and meets with the provider quite frequently because they are on medications that mom and dad are fully aware of. Then after that appointment, that parent likes to just have a follow-up. So we always schedule a block time for the provider. She actually calls the mom during the mom's lunch break, and they do a virtual conference and just follow up with, hey, this is how the appointment went today. This is what I suggest, you know, that sort of thing. And then we ended up meeting with a teacher. We talked about that unknown sore in her mouth, and we were able to refer her to an emergent ENT. And then we had the janitor come in. We are actually his PCP, and he came in with an unknown rash, and we were able to treat that. It's very uncomfortable, but he didn't have to miss a shift. We had a meeting that afternoon with the, they call it the LEAP program there, but it's an alternative education program. And we have several patients that we collaborate with that program. So they had a meeting between the provider and one of the LEAP teachers on a particular student because there were some concerns. And then we did a DOT physical because they had just hired a new bus driver. There was an open route and they didn't have anybody. So they needed it like today. We were able to do it right then and there so that the bus driver could start tomorrow. We had a kid with strep throat who didn't see us originally for strep throat, but the school nurse let mom and dad know that, hey, they can come in and see us, even though they went to urgent care to get diagnosed for strep throat, but it wasn't getting any better. We were able to still get all of their information from the urgent care visit and treat them for a follow-up of strep throat. She had to prescribe some more antibiotics. Kid was on his way back to class, good to go. We talked about those 2 kids getting suspended for vaping. We were able to get them in, one that night and one the next morning, so that they could get back to school, because that's their policy at school. So that was a typical day. Again, in that typical day, all of parents and guardians knew of every visit. Again, we talked about connections being made to outside resources and such. So one of the big hot questions, so what financial responsibility does MSAD11 versus Health Reach have? Honestly, MSAD11, they have a space already. They pay for electricity in that space, the janitorial services in that space, which is just the floors, the bathroom, and taking out the trash every day. They pay for internet access in that space. So there would be no additional expenses for MSAD11. The space renovation, the current space is actually a great space and doesn't work. But that space renovation, the the Community Advisory Committee has one grant through Maine General, and they're working on another one, I believe, or something else, but they have grant funds that are set aside for that. So there's no tax implications for the school, and there's no ongoing additional costs of any kind for MSAD11. For Health Reach, so we provide the employees. Typically it's a provider, it's a medical assistant, myself, and an LCSW. So currently right now at Lawrence, they just found us a space very close by to our health center where they want us to employ a full-time LCSW and put them in that space so that they can see kids. Because right now what we do is we bring kids down to the health center, we put them in an exam room with an iPad, and they virtually have an appointment with an LCSW of ours at one of our other sites, whether it's Richmond or Sheepscott or Lovejoy, wherever it is. So that is going to be just a better situation for them because it's going to be more face-to-face time with an LCSW. It's great. So we take care of all the operational expenses, supplies, services, referral staff. So if we had to have one of our connectors come in, set up parents with services, or maybe a kiddo with services, we take care of that. We bill commercial insurance, we bill Medicare, we bill Maine Care. We offer that sliding fee, which is super important. We offer it to everybody, whether they have commercial insurance or not. Even teachers, some teachers, they have Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield, just like every other teacher in this state. And some of them, they still qualify for sliding fee. Any other expenses related to maintaining the school-based health center, we take care of all that. All the equipment, everything that goes along with that, it's our responsibility. And we also provide the financial stability to continue services. So this isn't just a short-term plan, it's a long-term plan. Because once we establish those relationships with kids and staff, it's super important to keep them. It still amazes me to this day that we've been at Lawrence for 4 years and some people just didn't know we were there. You know, we engage in teacher orientations and parent-teacher nights and all of those things. We're very visible in the community. We go to the football game, set up a table, and it seems like every single time we do that, we still have people coming up to us, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. What do you mean? My kid can just come see you? And yes, anytime they need to see us, they can come see us. Well, this is great because my kid has been experiencing some knee pain and I can't get him into the doctor. He's on the football team. Are you guys able to see him this week? Send him by tomorrow. We'll see him tomorrow. So just a lot of convenience goes into that. So the next few slides, I'm not going to go through them. You guys are familiar with the MINDS data. This is data that every 2 years the school students take the survey and it compiles all of this data just to show you the overall need that this community, this is against Gardner data, but in this community, how much the need is, it's huge. to be able to get access to these services. I think we heard a lot about this tonight. There's some great presentations or talking points from, I heard like school officials, whether they were school counselors or teachers. And those are the people we should be listening to, and the students, because they're the ones that spend all day with these kids. They know what they need to stay healthy. So I think it's really important to listen to them because they get it. I will tell you, after spending as many days as I have recently at the school-based health center, sat down with a kid. The provider asked me to just go through a checklist with the child. And I sat down with this kid, and her willingness to want to get better just blew me away. I called mom, called dad. I said, kiddo's here to see us today. Are you okay? Yeah, sure, no problem. Kid sees us regularly, but it was time to update this checklist of information. And I sat down with the kid, and I said to her, I said, what's one thing if you could change in the last 30 days, what would it be? And she said, not watching my mom die from an overdose. And I thought, I was not expecting that. And I'm sure that the provider knows that, but it really set me back because this is a safe space for her. During the day at school, she struggles staying in class, and sometimes she's found hiding out in the bathroom. She has a lot of trauma that she's dealing with every single day. But we work very closely with the vice principal to go and find said student, bring her down with us if she's having a rough day, talk to her. We fill in mom and dad, stepmom and dad. You know, she's back in class. Sometimes the provider actually walks her back to class, which is, I guess my point is those connections, until you actually experience them with the kids that need them, listen to them because it's there, so. And that's the presentation.
You willing to entertain a lot of questions?
Question away. Oh, and I would like to say that our CEO, Connie Coggins, is also here. So I may refer to her for some of the answers to these questions. So just a heads up on that. But yes, I'm happy to. Yeah.
Nobody works for nothing. How do you get funded?
So the bulk of our funding comes from submitting claims for services rendered. So as Deandra mentioned, we bill commercial insurances, main care, and Medicare. Because we're a federally qualified health center, about 16% of our revenue comes in the form of a grant from the federal government. The federally qualified health center program was started during President Johnson's war on poverty way back in the 60s. And what the government did is they wanted to provide access to primary care for underserved populations. So that's a kind of populations you mostly see in urban areas or geographically underserved, which really speaks to us here in Maine. So about 16% of our funds come from that federal grant each year. We are a private nonprofit organization that participates in that program.
So the rest of the money though comes from?
Insurance payments, patient payments, yes.
Maine CDC, do they fund you in any way?
Right now, we have we're subcontracted for a small grant to work on an initiative to improve care for Alzheimer's in primary care. So it's a 2-year grant, but they don't provide any ongoing funding.
Well, if I may, if we decide to do this, and after 1 year or 2 years, we say, you know, we don't want to do it anymore, is it just a walkway? That's all.
Yeah, I mean, there's a memorandum of understanding and there's nothing legally correct.
Yeah, if the school did not want the services any longer, then we would no longer provide them. You know, we would need some notice.
It's a memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, and we would need some notice because recognize that we're employing some people here. If we were to collaborate together. So we would want to, you know, have some notice to be able to find accommodations for the employees that are working here in the school district.
Okay, well, I can play the what if game, but I mean, I'm thinking about when you're funded by government, grants. What if they dry up? Can you make up the 16%?
We have a very strong financial performance. We've had solid operating margins for the last 16 years. We did have a rough spot around 08, 09 when the economy took that dip. But, we would, work to find kind of alternative funding mechanisms. But we have a very kind of stable financial profile.
You don't really get a lot of funding then from Maine itself, the state of Maine.
From the state of Maine, no. Well, we do get an allocation of $23,000 from the general fund. Not a lot.
For Band-Aids.
Tony and then Molly.
And I just had sort of maybe more of a general question. Do we have other programs we've done like the SRO program or the deputy program where we have like a similar type of MOU or contract situation?
Yes, once the board approves something like that, so most recently we switched from Gardner Police Department to Henrietta County. So once you made that decision, then yes, behind the scenes, we then work on an MOU to solidify that. So that is absolutely in place.
It's kind of like a yes, and then that MOU gets written out.
Correct.
What are the, if I can just do one more, components of the MOU that you have with Lawrence or other schools?
I mean, it's pretty standard, but yeah.
Yeah, it speaks to kind of our responsibility versus the responsibility of the school. So like some of the janitorial, internet access, it kind of codifies that.
Yeah.
It speaks to the fact that health reach is governed under HIPAA, where the school district and like the services, the school nurse is governed under FERPA, and there is a difference. So it kind of speaks to that a bit. We have a kind of a boilerplate that we'd be happy to send along if you're interested in looking at it.
That'd be great.
If the board decides to move forward, yes, that would be the next step. Generally, it includes information regarding insurance, liability, who's responsible if something happens, all of that is usually covered.
I had two questions. If a student goes to the nurse's office and they say, oh, you should probably go to the clinic, you contact the parent and they'd be seen, say for a strep throat or they have a fever, they need to be sent home. Do you send them home or are they referred back to the school to be sent, like the school nurse to be sent home?
Yeah, so we are right next door to the school nurse. We're like this. So if she realizes that it's something more than she can handle, like a Band-Aid or whatever it is in the moment, and that kiddo, not just sending them home is gonna do the trick, they may need like an antibiotic or something like that, then she usually calls mom and dad and says, hey, can I do this? Can I send them over? Sure, she'll walk them over. We'll take a look at them. We'll make sure that parents say it's okay because again, we go by HIPAA, right? So we want to make sure we can talk to the school nurse because they are a different entity. So we usually have a release of information on file to talk to the school in general. And then we'll see the kid right then and there. It's like a warm handoff and, do vitals, all the things like you would in your own doctor's office. Then if the provider felt like they needed an antibiotic, we call it in, we send it in. Usually provider calls mom or dad right away. Says, hey, this is what I did. We can actually provide a space if mom and dad can't come to pick up the student from school. We've done that several times because we know transportation is an issue, but we don't want them back in class because they are technically still contagious. So we have a space that we put them in, and it's a monitored space by the school nurse and ourselves, where we just watch the kid for the day until mom or dad can get there or until they can get on the bus. We give them a mask, like if it's strep or something. But yeah, so we coordinate all that with mom and dad.
Okay, and I just have one other question. If a student is sent home sick and they're not able to go back the next day, but you are the PCP, do they come and see you still at the school? If they have to have a follow-up visit at the school and then they're sent home again?
Yeah, we just did that yesterday. We did actually. He walked to us because he doesn't have any other resources at home. But he walked to us and he was that kid in the example that had and it was continuing, it was just getting worse, so yeah, they do. Yeah.
Michelle?
I have a couple questions. I'd like to clear up some discrepancies first. Becky, you stated that the health clinic came to us, but you stated that we came to you. So I'd like to, what is that? Like,
The Community Advisory Committee approached us about being the health center inside Lawrence High School. And we worked with them to collaborate that effort. We started back April, and we've been meeting with them ever since. And I can't speak to what she was saying, but I think this group then went to the school board, if that makes sense.
okay. Have you already been in the facility to determine what space you would be using in Gardner Area High School?
Yeah, we went and toured the high school just to see what the options were, because when they first approached us, they wanted to make sure that it was even possible in the space that they had, which is the current nurse's office. And yeah, so we toured the space. Yeah.
When was that?
We met several times over the summer as an advisory committee.
Yeah. Well, it was before we engaged, so probably May, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to speak to Ramsey's Tripp's comment of this $15,000 that was given to the school district in advance of even parents knowing that this was a possibility. Can you speak to why that gift was given?
Nora can.
That was a grant we received from CTI, Center for Tobacco Independence. That is through Maine Health. That's totally, it has nothing to do with this. That was something that was designed to help us bring tobacco treatment to the school, which we're now providing at school. That money came with that grant, with that work. It has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Independent.
The next question has to do with, you stated that that medications are filled by the parents, or you would go get those medications if the parents so requested. However, there is a pending lawsuit against your organization with Lawrence High School for medication Zoloft specifically being dispensed and sent home with students in plastic baggies. Please explain.
So I don't know anything about that. And I've been here since they opened about 4 years ago. But if there were any specific relationships or information with a particular student or parent or teacher, whatever it is you're talking about, I wouldn't be able to share that information anyway, because that's a HIPAA violation. But what I did say was that any prescriptions are sent to the pharmacy, just like a prescription that your doctor would prescribe you from your own primary care. And parents or guardians, they'll go and pick those up. But maybe a parent or guardian says, hey, I can't get over there and I know so-and-so needs an antibiotic. Is there any way you guys can go get it? Sure, no problem. One of us will run over and get it for them. And we have the student come to us when the school day has ended. And we contact mom and dad, let them know that the student has it. And we log that the student took it, and that comes straight from the pharmacy and it never leaves the pharmacy bag. And that's only if the parents requested it.
And the last question I have at this moment is, who decides decision-making capacity for a minor child?
A provider, so
The medical clinician.
The medical clinician.
Through their interviews and their interactions with.
But who gives permission for that child to be interviewed in the first place as a minor child?
Well, under the law, the state law, if the child sought one of those 3 services, substance use disorder, mental health, or family planning, which then the provider would interview them. And if there was a course of treatment needed, they would decide whether they could do that based on the decision-making capacity during the interviews and the visits they had with the student.
Are you aware of federal law that actually states that on school property, there are prohibitions from things like invasive, let me find invasive procedures such as insertions, exposure of body parts, and here it is, I'm sorry. Parent guardian consent shall be required for physical examinations if given by the school physician under the auspices of the school. It also says, under federal law, for the purpose of this policy, invasive physical examination means any medical examination that involves the exposure of private body parts or any act during such an examination that includes incision, insertion, or injection into the body, but does not include hearing, vision, or scoliosis. And this is verbatim from federal law. So this, how do you do that on school property when this is in violation of federal law?
We'd have to look at that, but just to remind you, we are not the school physician of record. We are operating an organization within a space within the school. I assume that the school has like a physician of record or a provider of record.
We do.
And I'm not familiar directly with what you're referencing, so I could take a look at it. But that's not what we are if we are operating a school-based health center.
So you're operating a commercial, I understand you're a nonprofit, but you're actually operating a commercial facility within our school that you have actually scoped out prior to parents even knowing that this was happening. And our school policy actually prohibits commercial usage of our facility under our very own standards. I'm happy to read them if you'd like me to. So please explain to me how you are able to operate as a commercial facility in a school district.
Well, as you know, there's many school-based health centers across the state and across the country. Our ability to operate within the school is at the pleasure and a vote of the school board.
Okay, and that's fine. The other thing I want to say is that in your presentation, you said that teachers know the students the best. That is absolutely false. Parents know their students the best. And so to circumvent parental involvement by someone else deciding whether their child has decision-making capacity by minimizing, oh, it's only 5% that are confidential. That is completely inappropriate. And I'm going to stop speaking and cede some time to my other board members.
And can I just make one response? And I know, remember with board policy, the board sets board policy and the board can make a determination if it wants to modify policy or make an exception to policy. So where it may say that there is no commercial entity, you have the right to override that and allow this type of entity into your building. So.
Let's see, Sage and then Barry.
Okay, so I would like to argue that a student knows the student best because we are human beings. I'm not really sure where this infantilization of high school students came from. I currently am applying to college right now. I'm 8 days away from waiting for my Dartmouth decision. So we can make our own informed decisions. That's not news. That shouldn't be news. So this is not elementary kids. This is not kids that don't even know their ABCs yet. This is kids that are in high school level courses that have gone to the doctor before, unless they haven't been able to.
And science shows that at 20.
Can I finish speaking, please?
Actually, Michelle,
Can I finish speaking?
stop, please. Allow others to speak.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a reason why 27 of these clinics have worked in the state of Maine. Okay, like there's a reason. Not one of them has been shut down. So this is an incredibly useful resource for students coming from a student. Okay, it would be so easy to go in, get a sports physical, and be able to practice the next day or go play a sport the next day. There's just this fear mongering. Okay, that's not actually gonna happen. They don't have surgeons in there with scalpels. That's not something that happens. So I just want us to be aware that we are in the best interest of students, and this is what is for the best interest of students coming from a student. Thank you.
Barry? And then Joanne.
First I'd like to say that was cute, but,
Don't,
your parents,
say that.
your parents,
Don't say that, Barry. What was that?
parents are responsible for their children.
Hang on,
if they
we're
raise
gonna
their
pause.
children, their fees.
We're gonna recess for just a minute, Terry, so we can get ourselves together and behave. A board
take back-
standard, Barry.
I
A
take back
board,
the
I know,
comment.
Jeff, you're gonna correct me in a minute and tell me I should be ashamed, but I'm gonna say right now, we treat each other with respect in this place. We
Well,
don't, hang on a
It's being
second.
condescending and not respectful. So there was already a precedent set. I didn't see you say that when she was going, that was condescending and disrespectful.
What
Okay.
Sage did?
Yes, absolutely.
She
Did she not give her entire speech going?
speaking.
Did she not do that?
We're having a
Is that not
recess. We are
condescension?
having a recess.
can I say
No
something?
conversation. No,
What's
no conversation. There is no, we are in a recess right now. Let's take 5 minutes.
Okay, Sarah.
Okay. 5 minutes. Recess, please.
back on.
Thank you, Terry. I'd like to think we can proceed respectfully and without raising our voices and without accusations. Barry, you can finish your question. And Joanne, you have a question? We have still 2/3 of an agenda to get through. We have to vote to go past 9:30. We are 45 minutes from there. So after Barry's question and after Joanne's question, we're going to move the question. And that's what we're going to do. So Barry?
First of all, what is your name? I can't read it from over here.
Sage.
Sage. I apologize. My comment was out of line. It was a cute thing. I didn't need to say that. So I'm gonna find a more amicable way now to make my point. Parents work hard. We sacrifice our time and our lives and our blood and our sweat to make sure that our children are supported. As a parent, I am insulted to sit here and hear people speak as though a high school child, I'm sorry to use the word, someone I can think of at the moment, a high school student is able to make responsible decisions without the aid of their parents. It's twice tonight that parents have been made to look like we are minuscule in the lives of our children. Our speaker earlier said, those are the people that you should be listening to. What I heard was, damn what the parents say. That was another way that it could have been expressed. My two questions. Number one, I understand you are not a for-profit organization. However, the pharmaceutical companies and the other medical industries who provide you with medicines, vaccines, IUDs, contraceptives, et cetera, are. Is there any incentive that you receive from these companies to disperse their products?
No, none.
Okay. So they give you all the stuff for free.
We purchase it. If we have to have a medication in one of our offices, or if we, we purchase the IUD that, we purchase medical supplies from these organizations. We actually have a policy that doesn't permit what they call pharmaceutical detailing, which is when pharmaceutical reps come to your office and they want to meet with you and offer you, lunch and gifts to use their products. We actually have a policy that prohibits that in our offices. Because we don't want to be, our clinicians don't want to be unduly influenced by that type of activity.
Okay, so that is awesome to hear. Thank you for that information. Secondly, you made mention earlier about a boilerplate. I suppose this is some kind of docket of information or something that could be provided?
Yes.
Is that something that we could be provided before we go forward with a vote?
We could provide that at any time you desire. Our attorneys, we use the law firm Kozak and Geyer in Augusta, created that agreement. It's kind of very boilerplate. I mean, by boilerplate, we used that same agreement at Lawrence High School, and their counsel and their administration reviewed it. So we'd be happy to provide that to you.
Okay, so then parents and the board have not seen this information. Thus, I motion again that we table this situation until we're able to see this boilerplate document or documents that she's speaking of, these agreements, in order for us to make a responsible vote.
I second.
Just to answer that, the agreement is very similar to all the agreements that your board does with other entities. Like we talked about the sports medicine folks or Center for Tobacco Independence, same thing. It's very, very similar. Like, it's more of standard language type thing.
That's fine, but so is a mortgage agreement, right? They're pretty standard, but the person's gonna wanna read that agreement before they sign it.
Yeah, I just
So
want
now
to
we're
add that.
signing over the healthcare of our children, which is our most valuable asset. I think that it's only responsible that we see something tangible in print that parents can review, members of the district can review, and the school board can review before we put forth a vote. I'm not asking to curb the health plan. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. So far from what I heard today, it actually sounds pretty good. I've been influenced a bit, but I would like to see something tangible and fine print, because the devil's always in the details. That's the only thing I'm asking.
So there's a motion and a second.
There was another comment earlier. Make sure you don't, just.
I know you just said that only him and her could speak, but I had a couple questions.
I didn't see your hand and I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to
Yell at
add some
me.
questions that the public was talking about too,
Okay,
if that's okay.
Well, we
I can-
now
I
have a
can-
motion on the floor.
and we have to move on the motion
So-
first.
Yeah, I just
Yes.
wanted to
Yeah.
clear that up.
So we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Linda. Does the board wish to table this till we have all the information?
You can ask if there are any comments first regarding the motion, if any people have a right to ask a question regarding that. And then we can move it.
It's, what is common is it typically we approve, for example, we would approve having a clinic and then you would look at a contract?
Yes, that is common practice, that you at least say, we are supportive in concept. And then if there is interest in moving forward, then the next step is to work on a policy, work on a contract. Can that then be brought back to the board? Absolutely. But that's common. That's just the way we typically do it.
What would then be brought back to the board is what I'm trying to understand.
If the board then wanted to have a draft of the MOU and policy, if there is a policy, which would go to the policy committee, but that's usually done after the board gives us kind of a go-ahead to move forward with an initiative. We don't usually spend time developing an MOU, developing a policy until we know that there's some level of support at the board level, so.
Michelle.
Our board guidelines state, the MSAD11 school board recognizes that the primary purpose for use of its facilities is to deliver its education programs, not healthcare. The school board also recognizes the capital investment the community has made in its school buildings and facilities.
Point of order. I know the policies, thank you. I don't need them read to me.
It is my time to speak. The school
I
board.
called a point of order. So actually, it's up to the chair now.
That's right.
We all know the policy.
Do
but
they all know the
super-
policy?
We don't make decisions.
They're not the decision makers.
Okay.
And our policies are all online.
Mhm. So,
So maybe we just call it out at this point.
So,
Do we just want to go to the
Kiara had
vote, or do
something.
you have a
Kiara
question
had
about this
something she
particular
wanted to-
thing?
No, just about the.
Not about
okay,
motion.
all right.
Right.
So, let's call the question.
Make your motion again.
I motion to table this into a later date when we can have more information in print. That could also be reviewed by the public and the board. Issue. The House.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling it until we have an MOU? All those opposed to waiting until?
Okay, so that will be just the reverse of before, so that's 4,508 to 7,955. And Kira, I will switch your vote to a no. From the abstention.
All right, so now,
So to be clear, that didn't pass.
That did not pass.
Thank you. Kiara now can speak, yeah.
Okay, I just have a few questions, some of my own and some from the public. Someone was talking about like negative drug interactions that could happen and that have happened at other clinics. Has it happened at your guys' clinic, and like, do you have the same sort of like information base that students' primary care places like what they would have, even if you aren't their primary care doctor?
Well, usually the prescription is filled at the pharmacy of the parent's choice. So the pharmacy.
would you mind answering from the podium just so you're loudly heard and understood? Thanks.
So usually, of course, we collect a medication history from the patient, but the prescription is usually filled at the pharmacy of choice. And so the pharmacy actually also helps with that by running drug interactions and identifying that. It'd be the same as if you went into urgent care. They don't necessarily have full access to your primary care records. And so there are some safeguards against drug interactions. I don't believe it's ever happened at our school-based health center, but to say it's never happened within any of our health centers, there's always that possibility depending upon what information we have from the patient.
Okay, and then I have you guys had any issues or hiccups at any of your school-based health centers that have like caused any issues or anything?
Well, we certainly had growing pains at Lawrence. It was our very first school-based health center, so there's a lot to learn about how you kind of work within a school and how you interact with school personnel. But we've worked through all of those things, and we have a very successful relationship today. Lawrence is actually building a new elementary school, and they're creating a space for a school-based health center to serve their elementary students. To me, that's kind of an endorsement of the value they place on having a school-based health center in their high school.
And then what exact like reproductive health services will be offered there? Because I know some people have like questions about like if like which types of like contraceptives or like how far that goes.
It's, reproductive health services could be treatment for STDs. It could be the provision of birth control to prevent unwanted pregnancy. We're a primary care office, so we're not performing any surgical procedure. If the question is about abortion or something like that.
I know people who are wondering, can abortion medication, just to make that clear, can a medication abortion be provided?
It might be able to. I'd have to ask our clinician, but anything that could be provided in a primary care office is kind of replicative of the services we provide in the school.
Okay, and then what's the student advisory committee? Could you speak more about that?
I would let Deandra speak to that because she's been part of that.
Yeah, so we have every Friday, we have a student advisory committee that comes to us and meets with us for 45 minutes. 20 to 45, long story, depends if it's a double period or not. And they do health education with us. They also bring concerns from students in terms of, maybe some, actually someone had a concern on how to treat yourself if you got walking pneumonia because it's going around so much. And so the provider did some education on what walking pneumonia is and how bad it can get and what you can look for signs and symptoms. So that was the discussion. So they bring concerns to us and they also kind of are like a good liaison between with staff as well. Talking about any concerns that they may have from a healthcare perspective with things that they see in students, that sort of stuff. And then we also do activities with them. So whether it's like tobacco awareness type activities, because maybe that's the focus for the month. They'll also do like posters and stuff like that for the school. They do presentations, that sort of thing. So it's just a group that helps bridge that gap from what's happening and what we don't know what's happening and what they want to know and all the education they want to get. So.
And then this one's a quick one, but how late is the center usually open on, like when you're in the school?
So we typically see patients until 3 o'clock, but we have a 24-hour on-call service that kicks in right after that. Okay. So we have a provider that's always on call that takes those questions and concerns. So
that's all I have. Thank you.
So to address that a little bit, so there was a question about during the summertime. So if our clinician were off, we have a series of health centers. We have other clinicians that would cover, just like when your primary care clinician's away in your office, one of their colleagues may cover if you have a health concern while they're not there. We have a system to cover that as well. So a student wouldn't be left without refills or care during the summertime.
And this past summer was our first summer where we actually were there in a good chunk of days in the summer, which ended up working out fantastically. And I see that happening more this summer, because we were kind of busting at the seams the handful of days that we were there, so. Yeah.
Joanne.
Just one more question. You have been very clear that you are actively looking for parental or guardian involvement on everything. And basically, those people that are confidential under HIPAA is because there really isn't anybody that is interested or available to interact as the grown-up of the student. Am I understanding that? Because that's what I heard from you, as opposed to we don't pay attention to the parents.
Yeah. I'll give you an example. We have a 17-year-old who doesn't have main care, doesn't have anything, nothing, doesn't have a guardian really. He couch surfs between friends, and it's part of the alternative learning program. So they try to keep him in school as much as possible. But he just doesn't have anyone. He's not fully emancipated. But he can be, because of the law and how it's designed, he can actually speak for himself and his healthcare. But we keep him confidential because he has no other means to do anything with. There's no one for us to tell. And he's still 17.
Yeah. And the other thing with HIPAA too is if a child comes in with a rash and it turns out to be an STD, it's very possible that the parents don't even know that their child is sexually active or doesn't understand the way it could be transmitted, that, you know, some people don't think certain kinds of sex is sex. But you are responsible to make sure that you can have a web of contacts for the CDC to find out who else might also be infected as well, and to treat the student, correct?
Yes. That's where that whole, I trust you to call my mom or dad, I don't want to call my mom or dad, usually comes into play. And the provider will reach out to mom and dad and have those conversations and go through all of the things that you just talked about. Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I would like to put forth a motion to explore the approval to host a health center, which means we can look at the information we're seeking for the MOU, which will come back to the board and then go through the policy committee.
Second.
All right.
Well, please explain that.
Explain my motion. We're exploring the contract or the MOU we're going to engage, like we do with all of our other business partners, to see if we approve a health center for next year at our school.
So we're moving forward,
So
basically.
you're moving for a vote.
Correct.
To explore the approval. I'm not hearing that the motion is we approve.
Correct.
It's just we want to take it to the next level.
The next level of having an MOU created so that we know what.
Yep.
So that's
Get all
behind the
the
scenes
information
where
everybody's requesting.
the superintendent meets with.
Okay, so just to clarify, you are not calling for a vote for the automatic approval and implementation of the health center. You are calling for a vote for more information so that we can move forward without an automatic approval.
I agree, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we did earlier, so. Okay.
The difference that I'm hearing, and clarify if I'm wrong.
Yep.
I am hearing that you are exploring approval, meaning you're kind of giving a general sense that you support the idea and now you want to take it to the next step. That's what I hear.
That's
correct. Okay.
Because I feel like we can't enter into a business contract with a partner without giving them an assurance.
Yep.
Just like we would want from them, so. Agree,
So
thank
it's
you.
actually different than what we just said. So you are saying, you're saying that you want to enter into a partnership with them. So you're asking us to vote to bring them in. You're not asking us to vote for more information.
They don't have to give us more information if we're just gonna flake out and not really partner with them. That's like any business. Like, why would they, it's like a good faith
Well, as a sales executive for 20 years, I would offer contracts for my clients to look over and to sign. So as a business, as a commercial healthcare business, giving us the MOA to evaluate and then decide whether we want to enter in is good practice, not for us to say, we're seeking approval, so then we're gonna get the contract after. There's a very strong distinction here.
I think Molly has her hand up.
And then I will clarify.
I voted against a tabling of the effort because I didn't think that we would result in more information or have an MOU to review. I would support this motion because I would like to get more information and have further discussion so that we can vote on this when we have more information.
Can we take the approval part out of it so that we are simply getting more information? We are not entering into a verbal contract that we are seeking approval. We are saying the same thing. We all want more information. We all want the opportunity to evaluate it. But the difference is that I don't want to say, I want to approve this.
Can you read the motion, please?
So the motion as I have it written so far is to explore approval to seek a school-based health clinic. And within that, to look at a draft MOU and possible policy in order to decide whether to move forward.
Correct.
Okay, that's correct. So we have a motion.
Yeah,
We
and
have-
Tony seconded it.
Yeah,
You
we
second,
have it. So I just need the vote.
Any more questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Jeff's abstaining. Okay. 8, 2.
So that, I know that we have 8 in favor, so that passes. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank
Very
you.
much.
Thank you all for coming and for being part of this. Hoping there was nothing.
I just pointed that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if I can hear you, say, exactly.
So moving along, we're at recognitions and celebrations, and there are none. Correspondence as written. Committee reports.
I'm ready.
No meeting for CATC Curriculum Committee.
I'm ready.
You go, girl.
Okay, I've been ready. So we had a meeting on November 12th, which was live streamed on MSAD11.org. We had a couple of topics we discussed. The first being a consideration to approve a recommendation for a shift in prerequisites for AP US History. Currently, there's only a US History Honors Program. This would be a motion to approve that, and there's a large group of kids who already are interested in this. So we had a brief discussion with one of the teachers around that. We agreed and unanimous support of that. And then we also talked, similar to what we just did with the health center, we talked about an idea about a full day pre-K program and just said we would explore that option and see if that was something that would be useful, because we know there'll be a large impact in our community, not only positively, but also with childcare facilities, so looking at the whole community. And that was that. And our next meeting is next week at 3:30 on Tuesday. Okay, thank you.
Dropout prevention.
I did go. Yeah, I
Nice.
went. And I have my notes, so. We talked about, Sarah put together this draft survey about community engagement in the schools. We talked about finding out from, teachers and administrators and find out what kind of current practices they already have involving the community in their classroom. for what they would like to see as far as community engagement. Kind of the thinking behind that is having strong community, relationships between the kids and the community, whether it's a business or a nonprofit or a, whatever, different trades coming into the school or whatever they are, different. So we looked at this survey and how important do you think community connections are for student and learning development? What goals do you have? And some questions about how teachers are already implementing connections in their curriculum or these, that we might be able to add community connection curriculum. So getting that out is the next thing. And then when that comes back, we'll see what they say.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions?
So, when do you think you'll be able to get it out?
That was Sarah was talking about that, and our next meeting is on the 17th, and she seemed to think, wait, we were talking about holidays and
Right.
so it's a hard time to figure out when to send it out and, when we want to get it back but she knows better than I.
And she's not here.
Right.
Okay. Maybe there'll be more information on 17th.
That's right.
We'll wait for that. Okay. Finance Committee, let's see, the Finance Committee had a very good presentation. I was not able to be there, but I watched the meeting. And Tom Seekins, who is the president of Energy Management Consulting, delivered a really excellent presentation to the committee members of an overview of their work. It's a giant publication. And he specifically highlighted projects within each building that they felt needed to be addressed. Also, the lease purchase of.
So can I stop you there?
Sure.
So he is coming back at the next meeting next week. And he and his company have gone through all of our schools. They've highlighted priorities of work that needs to be done. And so he's going to be back to answer questions at the meeting next Tuesday night. And at that time, he will provide a spreadsheet that finance committee members will be able to have some input as to, do you want to move forward with a project with him, right? That would address some of the health and safety issues in our schools. And in his spreadsheet, he will be able to compile your priorities as you determine them. So this is a really big deal. It could be very expensive or not, depending what you choose to do. So I would just encourage as many board members who could be present to attend.
And in that, will that be?
10th, sorry, when is that?
That's the 10th at 5 o'clock.
My question is, will that be like in the present moment? He'll be able to enter that stuff?
Yes.
That's what.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a very good meeting for board members to attend.
Well, and to know the status of our facilities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, for that purpose, not just for the money, but for that purpose, yes. Lease purchase of the Pittston Randolph Community School modular. As a follow-up to a previous committee meeting regarding the modular at PRCS, business manager presented the committee with a quote from Gorham Leasing for the lease purchase of the modular that we're currently leasing on a monthly basis from Schiavi. Would you like to tell us more?
I would, because we didn't have a quorum at our finance committee
Yes.
meeting, so I need everyone here to understand what's going to happen. We currently have 2 modulars at Pittston. One we purchased recently with Easter monies. The other one we purchased, actually we leased when we closed TC Hamlin. We've been paying for it on a lease to a month lease basis. The lease is $5,000. The state has a program for which we've been getting reimbursements through our subsidy, but that has ended. We are only able to seek subsidy reimbursement for up to 5 years in total. So that just ended at the end of the last school year. In a previous finance meeting, we discussed the cost of purchasing said modular. It's a 2017 modular. And since we just finished with last year,
I wanted to bring it back to you for consideration for purchasing. I have a potential lease agreement with Gorham Savings that I shared with the Finance Committee. The lease payments, well, first of all, the lease of the purchase price of the modular is $286,000, and that's a 2017 modular. The purchase price for a new modular would be twice that. So I just want to put that into perspective. So it sounds like a lot, but it really isn't when we're talking about lease purchases. The quote from, or the proposal from, the proposal from Gorham Savings, or Gorham Leasing rather, is for 5 years. It's for 5.5%. The total interest that would be paid would be $31,452,000. The entire cost of the payments are $317,802.95, and again, the $286,350 is the purchase price. Any questions? So basically, the monthly or the annual fee is virtually the same as to what the district is currently paying, but at the end of 5 years, you'll own it. In order to move forward with the lease purchase, there is a resolution to adopt the lease purchase. And just so that everyone is clear, when they talk about a lease purchase for a school, it's up to own, it's not to lease. So while it says lease purchase at the end of this period, we will own this modular. The resolution should have been included in each of your board packets. So I need for somebody, if the board chooses, to make a motion, and then I will begin the process of entering into a lease agreement with Gorham Leasing.
I can do so if you'd like.
I will.
I move that the resolution entitled Resolution to Authorize Lease Purchase of a Modular Classroom Building in the principal amount of $286,350,000 be adopted in form presented in this meeting.
I second that.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? All those in favor?
Thank you for your
Thank you.
explanation too.
You are
And they are
welcome.
very nice, by the way.
They're one of
Yeah.
only two leasing companies in the state of Maine that
Yeah.
provides leasing for school districts, for
Perfect.
governmental school units.
Really?
So, yes.
Who's the
So
other
it's
one?
not like I can just go down to the local
Right.
bank and ask for it.
That makes sense.
Who's the other one?
Andrew Scoggin.
Oh, okay, that makes sense, actually.
Since I'm standing here, I just wanted to go over the snowplow bid. During
Yeah,
our finance
please.
committee meeting, we discussed the snowplow bid that is going to begin actually this year. We were late in getting it out. There were two bids were mailed to three companies. The companies that Gabe provided, two of the companies provided bids back to us. McGee Construction was one, and the other was Willett Family Construction. McGee, who we've had been our snow plow provider for years, was not the low bid. And so there was some question about how we wanted to handle that. We have a long-standing relationship with McGee's. They did a lot for us during the development and the
Turf field.
the turf field. And so we wanted to discuss it at finance. We discussed it for a little while, and I don't think that we really reached a resolution. Nobody really wanted to make that sort of commitment. We were relying on the board to do so, but again, we only had two committee members here at that time. So we agreed we would bring it back to you. In the meantime, Gabe was asked to reach out to Willett Family Construction just to find out more about the company, because we didn't know very much about them. They provided a list of their equipment, and obviously they have the equipment to be able to do our schools. After that conversation with Gabe, Willett sent an email to me asking that they be removed from consideration for the bid. I sent an email back asking that I hope that they would consider bidding in future years. And they were not unhappy. I just think it was a conversation internally that they just decided that they didn't need it, and rather than they would just move on. So at this point, Gabe was instructed to award the bid to McGee because it has since started snowing.
So there is no, we don't typically ask the board to vote on bids. It's more of an informational thing. So I'm just letting you know that we awarded the bid and it's not necessary for the board to take any.
Round of applause, maybe that the snow will disappear.
Round of applause that we have somebody to plow our schools now that the snow is here.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Just an observation on the finance committee.
Sure.
Just looking at the minutes of the finance committee meeting, there's a link embedded in the minutes that goes to the YouTube recording of that meeting.
Yes, I did.
I did not watch all of it, but I did see that it was there and I really appreciated the link. It was really cool to just see that and then be able to access that meeting instantly.
The hyperlink?
The hyperlink, yes.
Hyperlink, yeah, I love the hyperlink. They are
Embedded
great, yeah.
in the minutes. So
Yep.
just, I noticed that and thank you.
You're welcome.
That's very cute that you said that.
Careful back there.
I know, you can't say cute, but I meant that very respectfully. Very offensive, not intended to be. Okay, so moving along, our next finance committee meeting will be on December 10th at 5 p.m. No policy committee, no wellness committee, student reps. Everyone pull out your sheet. What's actually happening, right?
This is pretty sweet.
Yeah, but anyway, who's presenting first?
It's me, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we had, how do you pronounce, Lynn Lyons?
Lyons.
Lynn Lyons, I always get that messed up. But we had a presentation from her at the high school and the middle schoolers came too. And it was a really great turnout. The gym was full. And she, and that we had a pretty okay audience for attentiveness wise. When she had some unique ways to look at anxiety that really helpful to some of the students. So I do think that presentation was really beneficial and impactful for a lot of the student body. Then the NHS Thanksgiving baskets that we've been talking about, those were really successful. And many families went home happy with the turkey. And some even complimented NHS on our efficiency and organization compared to previous years. And then we just want to also say that there was a fantastic performance by the high school drama club of The Good Doctor. And then now they're working on the musical. So we're excited to see that. And then also, I just want to touch on something in the student rep check-in before Sage does that section. But many students gave a bunch of suggestions in our monthly check-in that it's like in our other section. And we'll revisit those with Miss Arnold or when or like during our student leadership organization when that club gets approved. And we'll look at those. So the sheet that everybody has is a monthly school board summary that Kira and I started releasing a couple months ago. Just because we gave these check-ins, but not a lot of students actually knew what was going on at the school board meeting, so they weren't very informed. And so we found that these have actually helped, especially even teachers apparently have been looking at them.
Wow.
Yeah, so
You're famous.
I just thought you guys would want to see like what we put out in the high school after we do these meetings. So there's that. The Poetry Out Loud competition happened this afternoon. That was my first time going to one, which was kind of cool. There were some very amazing recitations.
Great.
Kyle Duty won and Damian McPhee was the runner-up, and Kyle had this amazing 64-line poem that was like,
He was on it.
yeah, and knew everything. It was really cool to watch. I performed mine and I forgot a line. But it was still cool. It was cool to do. So we had another student check-in. We got 185 responses compared to our 60 from last time. So it really helped to have that set aside time and advisory for students to fill it out. And we also did the QR codes of both the summary and the survey. So we had actually this kind of goes with the cell phone committee, but we had, how much was it? It was, sorry. There was a certain amount. Oh, here it is. Okay. 56 kids said that they would come to a forum that the cell phone committee held to answer questions about this, like give a student perspective on cell phone, which I thought was really cool. And as far, I know we've already been past the health center, but of these 185 students that responded, we had 45 freshmen, 54 sophomores, 35 juniors, and 45 seniors. 43.8% of those 185 students said that they may utilize the service. 24.3% said that they would utilize the healthcare center, and 31.6% said that they would not use the healthcare center. So as far as like services that they would use, we had 43 kids say that they would use it for immunizations, 52 for mental health services, 69 for sports physicals, 25 for labs, 53 for routine checkups, 22 for management of chronic conditions, 46 for treatment and diagnosis of diseases, and 75 said they would not utilize the health center. So I just thought that gave kind of a perspective of student stance on this whole thing. But yeah, that's our report.
Thank you. That was great. Thanks so much. Let's see. Administrator reports.
Yeah, it's in the board packet. It's
Yes.
labeled as academic board report. I think that was just a typo. It's supposed to be administrative board report.
Oh, yeah, I see
but
that.
It's just as written.
So as written.
And before we go on to the cell phone, you have a policy that says you end at 9:30. So you are not going to
We're not gonna be done at 9:30.
be done at 9:30. So in order to do what is the rest to
Complete the agenda.
sorry, I'm getting tired. To complete the rest of the business that you have to do tonight, you're going to have to take a vote to extend the meeting
So
or
moved.
not.
I move we extend our meeting past our 9:30.
To, I'm sorry, who was that?
Molly.
Do you want to set a specific time?
30 minutes.
I would say another hour.
Another
Now, if
hour?
you don't,
We've never done that.
I know, but if you don't need it, you don't need it. But rather than doing 30 minutes, then have
Okay,
you do it
an
again.
hour, 1 hour.
For executive session.
Pardon me? Correct, you have four.
With for executive session.
Yes,
I
it's
know.
gonna take a moment, so. Okay,
Motion and a second. All those in favor of continuing for one more hour?
Questions?
You got no questions. You gotta stay here, lady.
Right.
Do you want to ask questions?
What if we don't vote to go? Do we have a separate meeting?
with some of these items, yes. I mean, there were a couple executive sessions we
We
didn't
have
have
to.
last month
Yeah.
because we ran out of time. And so we need to have at least 4 executive sessions tonight. I need all 4 of them.
Can we dismiss the students if they want?
They're not allowed in executive session, so
But
they will
for
be
now.
excused. So,
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. I'll vote in favor of it if the amendment is only to cover just the executive session and nothing else. We'll go into that. We'll go from this point right to the executives and get rid of those.
What is the?
Can we,
I made an amendment, a friendly amendment to the amendment, so whoever made the amendment has to agree to it.
It was me.
No, that's fine. What do you think?
so we first need to know if Tony and then Molly is open, if you're open to the amendment.
In general, yeah, what do we miss?
There's 2 approvals under new business, B and C.
Yeah.
I know you're anxious to get that started, but
they'll be super quick. I know
Kat has watched this whole thing, so she can get hers approved.
I would, I,
So we can vote on the, or he has to accept the amendment Jeff offered. Or we vote on the original. Right?
Or vote, yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
And we can, that's entirely up to you. Basically, the only thing that's really left before you go into executive session is B and C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. If you guys want to.
Sit here all night, do it.
Yeah, let's go with the original and let's get B and C in there.
So we need.
I'm gonna say no to the friendly amendment, thank you. Right, and then,
Can we
All
have
those
a
in
vote?
favor?
Right.
Yep.
So all those in favor of
Standing.
1 hour,
1 hour extension.
opposed?
Okay, wait a minute. If you're in favor, would you raise your hand, please, again?
Dang. Right?
Yeah.
I can't make a thought, I'm sorry.
Okay, those
Okay,
opposed.
Opposed?
Two. And abstentions?
I'm abstaining, I'm tired.
You could abstain.
Yeah, abstain then, also, that's all I mean. But
Barry, and I'm sorry, who was
I'll
no?
abstain.
It was Megan?
You abstain me instead.
Yes. Jeff. Okay. All right, so to move on, we won't talk about cell phone.
There's a recording you can watch. I've watched it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so general information is just as written. So Junior Philanthropist Club.
Junior Philanthropist Club.
Thank you guys for letting me come up here. I know it's been a really long day for everyone. First of all, I'd just like to say that I really hope next meeting there's a little bit more professional, like people are acting a little bit more professional. I would say that also like online and in person, I've been seeing a lot of just really crazy stuff, and it's making me, honestly, I feel kind of ashamed to be from Gardner, kind of based off of a lot of the stuff I've been seeing, so I'm moving on.
Say this isn't public comment.
I know, I'm sorry, I just needed to say that. So Junior Philanthropists Foundation is actually, it's a international organization, so it's the world's largest completely student-run nonprofit. And basically, what we focus on, I say me because, or we, because I'm actually on the state board. So we're hoping to establish a couple of chapters throughout the state. So we're focusing specifically on advocating through the environment, or advocating for the environment through the use of policy. So a lot of the things that we're hoping to do are writing letters of support for our elected officials, also attending committee meetings, and not only for the school board, but for state committee meetings in support of bills. We're also hoping to advocate for the environment with our community. And yeah, some successful chapters have actually been able to collaborate with lawmakers to create bills that have passed through committee and have been deliberated on House and Senate floors. So I think it's just a really great opportunity for the community to get involved in the lawmaking process and share their opinions on how the environment is being affected. Thank you.
How many students do you anticipate?
So we have 5 sophomores, 5 juniors, and 2 seniors currently, so 12 overall are interested. I think there are definitely more, but since we kind of wrote this, but this, yeah, so far we have 12.
I'm sorry if I missed this. Who will be the advisor?
Miss George.
Questions?
Will this take you out of school to visit or?
Currently, we don't really know. I did an internship a couple of years ago with the governor's office of environmental protection, and so I got to do a super cool like week-long and internship and meet with a lot of the policymakers. And I was actually talking to some of them and about this club, and they were super excited to maybe come down and talk to us and tell us about how we can, interact with our lawmakers So right now we don't really know, but if we were, it would be like a very educational opportunity for us, so.
We need to approve it officially. So moved.
Second.
Questions or comments?
I didn't hear the second, Molly.
All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? One abstention.
Keep sharing information with us, Kat.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, they actually, at this latest, basically the United Nations has a youth constituency for climate change. And so youth activists can come together and share their opinions and then write a bill of demands for the United Nations to implement. And JPF was actually able to present to that group of, very talented people. And so it's been getting a lot of international notoriety. And, we're hoping that our work can just make a difference. Yeah, it was a really big step to be able to go all the way. This last one was in Azerbaijan, so it's pretty far away.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice job. Am I good?
You're good.
Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here, for being with her, Frida.
Student leadership.
So I'm gonna come up, but Kiera and Sage are gonna take the lead on presenting this. This was their idea. I volunteered to assist and be the advisor. But I'm gonna turn it over to Kiera and Sage. I'm here to help answer any questions.
So basically, when we were transitioning from Aura to Kira, we were talking about ways that we could kind of increase student involvement and kind of bridge the gap between admin and students. And we kind of idealized about this like student leadership club where there would be kind of a set group of people that would be kind of from different groups of kids in the school where we could get different perspectives and thoughts and opinions. And so now we are trying to put that into action. On our survey, we got a response of 39 students saying that they would join the club if we were to have that. I don't, obviously, probably not 39 kids will join, but 39 said they were interested in it. And we're just kind of hoping to facilitate a kind of culture of leadership and advocacy among our student body. I'm curious.
In our, the student body at the high school also, they kind of feel like left out of decisions. So this would be a way to make them more involved in the school community. And this group would also they would also host fundraisers. Like for example, like for senior activities, more fun for the seniors. And then they would learn, and students in the club would learn leadership skills. Like we will most likely have students revolve who facilitates each meeting. So students learn how to do that, which is a very good life skill to have. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
And then you guys also talked about kind of building that connectedness to the school through events, and then how do we do that with the community as well? And how can students kind of lead and facilitate those events and try to build up that connectedness to the community and school?
Yeah, and also this could help a lot of students with like normalizing like public speaking and having more leadership, and getting kids involved in other opportunities outside of school because they feel more confident that they have these leadership qualities because of this club. So it's something that kids could really utilize in every area of their life.
We talked too about working on like presenting at class meetings on certain skills or identifying areas within the school that need attention or that they want to try new things or improve upon. So it's exciting.
Do you have a student council?
Yes,
Is it separate or?
it would be a separate organization. I'm sure I'm in a lot of clubs at the school, but there's always like a level of collaboration between like Interact, NHS, and Student Council with like the big school events. But there's also like the smaller events like the turkey baskets. Even then there was a little bit of collaboration. So we all kind of work together. But we're hoping that the student leadership organization can have some sort of something that sets it different.
Like
And
an agenda kind of, the.
yeah,
Yeah, and like it's more of a specific goal, like
Okay.
student
It's more
council is like they do the dances, they do Spirit Week, that's more of their focus. They do other stuff too, but that's like kind of like the big things that they do, and ours would be more towards like fundraising and building leadership qualities, where that isn't so much student council's exact goal.
Yeah, and kind of representing your peers.
Yeah.
just fostering that kind of confidence to be able to be leaders in the future.
Would you do in that club what you did beautifully in reporting what we did, and do a newsletter for us so that we can see what you're doing and what kind of activities you're doing to build those skills?
Yeah, it would actually be really amazing. Interact is the baby club of Rotary, so and we kind of have a relationship where we attend their breakfasts sometimes. So that would be that would be cool to like have that kind of relationship with you guys, where we do like a newsletter or report or some sort of connection to bridge that gap again.
That's a section of mine is too.
And also, we're gonna try to find like little seminars or little things that our members can attend throughout the year, which could be useful. Like I'm assuming one of the members is gonna go to the Maine Youth Leadership Conference this year, because I'm assuming that person's also interested. But and then Varsity Club just went to a leadership thing too, so it could stuff like that.
And all kinds of stuff.
And I was just wondering, any thoughts about, connecting with other community organizations or businesses or whatever? It sounds like.
Yeah, and we're thinking of an idea of a fundraiser that would be like similar to the Pittston Palooza. So it would be a really big like thing to bring in money. That's from a lot of that's a lot of local businesses sponsor that, and we're just gonna be bringing it to the high school somewhat, in like a different light. Yeah, so there'd be a lot of cooperation within the whole community.
So is there a motion?
So I'd move to approve the student leadership club.
Second.
And Megan will, she's awake enough to
Yes.
second.
Love leadership.
Who wouldn't? That's so great. I'm glad you guys are doing this. It's
I'm really
wonderful.
impressed they came up with this concept,
Yeah.
the proposal.
So great. Thank you, guys. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
Executive session.
Yeah. Motion to enter into executive session.
Second.
And Joanne. Yes, all those in favor of entering into executive session?
Go to the restroom first, there's been a restroom.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Terry, I anticipate that there will be action out of at least the first and the last executive session.
He's gonna walk some feedback.
name the teacher, and whenever you hire an administrator, you name the administrator. So,
We're on.
okay.
I would like for someone to make a motion to accept Chad. Oh,
Strout.
Chad
So
Strout,
moved.
I'm so sorry. Chad Strout as an assistant principal for Gardner Area High School and for Jared Dumas to be able to go back into the classroom.
Second.
So moved.
Any questions or comments? Any further, all those in favor?
Right, great. And that will be effective Monday, right?
Perfect.
See.
One day.
One day to get them ready.
Don't waste time. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, Chad, and welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for sticking around too.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Night, Laura.
Your executive session?
Second.
I have a motion.
Motion to go into executive session?
We have a
We have
motion.
a motion and a second. All those in favor? Okey-doke.
Okay. So we are in, oh, sorry.
negotiations with bus drivers.
Second.
Brady's ready.
All those in favor? Let's do this.
I heard Becky and Linda,
Let's go.
and that was all in 10-12. Yes.
I have too many layers on. I can't, I'm gonna wait till I get.
5 degrees.
Feels like.
All right, so
I hate that.
we're ready, folks.
So I move we go into executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. In we go.
Are we allowed to release Terry or she's?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said there was
Oh,
one.
release her as in go home. No, she needs to wait.
Is there gonna be a vote?
we're going
Yes.
executive.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we love executives.
And there will be a vote coming in.
Bye.
Like real
Right, okay.
Don't
So-
cry, Angela.
You wanna,
It's gonna be okay.
I move we accept Superintendent Hopkins' resignation.
I second with many accolades and support that the transition is good and we appreciate you.
No questions and comments?
Effective.
No,
Effective, June 30.
June 30th. We have lots of time to
Plan a
to
party.
appreciate and plan
Yes.
party and whatever we need to do to send our superintendent into the next phase.
And it is something I do, reluctantly, and
Yes.
Pat, I think you did a great job celebrating the work you've done as a team and the leadership you've provided. And I think this is also part of you growing as a person.
Absolutely.
Because
Yes.
you've listened to us and, Becky about taking time off, right?
Yes,
Doing that.
it.
And I think that's what
Yeah.
you're doing right now is you're, so anyway, not to call
Time
that
to-
out.
No, but it's time to
but-
take care of you.
I really appreciate the leadership you
Thank you.
have provided, and you're doing it again.
I will happily give you all her address in West Gardner, so you.
No. Nope.
There'll be none of that.
Motion and a second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor of happily, bittersweetly? Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 6 months. All right, I never do it at the right time. Good night.
Night.
Jeff. My butt hurts.